Yo, what up, everybody?
Hey guys,
This guy annoys me.
Ladies and
welcome back.
Is there an argument? This might
In the political. All right, what's going in the political.
Minnesota lawmaker.
Okay. I didn't actually watch the Strickland fight, but I was surprised to hear that he won. That was pretty crazy. Apparently, he basically outboxed him and he was able to stuff the takedowns. So, that's surprising that he was able to nullify Kamzat's wrestling. Makes me wonder if Kamzat has, like, health problems, honestly. Because he's had a lot of health problems. He's gotten sick quite a few times. Yeah, he folded after, couldn't get a takedown. Yeah, it makes me think he might have health problems and he's just sick. It's really weird. I saw some of those stuffed takedowns and he seemed a little lazier and slower than he normally is.
Proud to be part of a government that's committed to defending Canadian trade. We're strengthening our economy and creating more opportunities.
Welcome back to the show. My name's Mark Nixon. Oh man, we're gonna have some fun on this show. The takeover of Canada.
Kamzat had to cut 46 pounds, had a brutal weight cut, couldn't perform. Why was he so fucking overweight? That's crazy that he was 46 pounds overweight. Insane. Let's see. Is Frank Tefano up to anything? Nope. Silent. Kind of uncharacteristic, sort of. 'Cause he usually at least uploads a short where he complains about something. He must be down pretty bad.
Continues. On one side, we have a politician that's been in politics for a very long time, a current sitting MP, endorsed by the economic genius, Mark Carney, endorsed, and he was going to step down his MP position so that he could be the Liberal Ontario Liberal leader. So he was so confident. He's like, Mark Carney has backed me. I have all this experience. I'm all over the place. Everybody knows who I am. There's a problem, Canada. The Liberals have unloaded immigration into Canada, not seen before in our history. Millions upon millions of people. And get this, a guy, an international student that decided he would never leave Canada, got all these pizza shops, a nobody. Well, no offense to him, but I'm saying in politics, he is a nobody in politics, no experience whatsoever. Nate actually has all sorts of experience, backed by the golden boy, Mark Carney, and this pizza shop owner. We're gonna get into this guy. It is hilarious. Beat Nate. Oh yeah, he won. They handed out ballots in Bengali, explaining to the people because nobody speaks English. And get this, 50%. 50% of the people that voted are not even Canadian. They gave these.
Oh, dude, the story is fucking hilarious. Just absolutely fucking hilarious. So this Canadian member of parliament who was super, super pro mass immigration lost an election because he let in a bunch of Muslims. And then he complained that a bunch of Muslims voted. Like, and there's no voter ID requirement in Canada. There's basically unchecked immigration. Canada is, I think, the only country on the fucking planet that doesn't ensure people don't overstay their visas. So if you get into this country, you're staying here. There's no real mechanism to ensure people have to like leave after their visa expires.
These ballots in Bengali saying, hey, vote for this guy. He's one of us. Don't vote for that white guy. Vote for us. So they go and they voted and they actually came in and beat Nate. So Nate's obviously, he's crying right now. Hopefully this doesn't mean he stays in politics. Hopefully he just steps down from his MP position. We get that by-election. Avi Lewis wins that riding, taking the Liberals down one more, but we don't know what's going to happen here. It looks like Nate's going to be disputing this whole thing, saying it was all rigged. But isn't it sweet that the Liberals created these conditions and now they have to sleep in the bed that they have created? This is going to be a lot of fun today. Let's get into this report.
Listen, update this house on the historic progress.
Thank you for all the work that you have done, and I want to congratulate the successful candidate who will represent Scarborough Southwest, Arsenal Afis.
You can't make any of this stuff up. So we started with the announcement of the winner, Arsenal Hasif. Oh, it was first reported by Laura Stone. Get this. This post here got 217,000 views. We're going to start things off with Nate, a current sitting MP. How did he lose to a nobody? How? How is this even possible? By the way,
Yeah, I think this guy owns a pizza shop. And he beat a Liberal MP who was endorsed by Mark Carney.
I say no disrespect to a nobody. It's no disrespect. I am not trying to disrespect. This is the guy. This is the guy. But he literally in politics is an absolute nobody going against Mark Carney's endorsed guy. So this also looks terrible for Mark Carney. I thought he was the economic genius. I thought everything he touches turns into gold. It looks like even the savior, the guy that is the genius, did not pull through on this one. Here we have the golden boy, the economic genius, endorsed
Just look at this fucking dork, dude. Faggot.
Nate, okay? Anything Mark Carney touches,
We have a Labour MP running and doesn't speak a word of English. Yeah, it sounds about right for the UK. Like, just... Dude, liberals are just so insane. Ugh. My God, you don't even have to speak English to be a member of parliament in an English country. Like, dude, it's just so fucked.
turns into a pile of ash. The Carney curse is real. As soon as he endorses any of our sports teams, they take the loss. Now he's touching Canada. We know that we're losing 113,000 full-time jobs in just 4 months. and this beautiful endorsement of Nate, and now Nate lost.
You can have the ideas, you can have the hard work, but also to be really on the ground with your constituents, knowing what's going on, what their needs are, and working together. And, you know, it hurts in some respects you're going, but I understand it because you're going to be more on the ground. You know, working at the provincial level, working for the folks, I hope, in Scarborough, you know, in healthcare and education, making lives better, helping to grow that economy, and we'll be right there alongside.
You hear that? He says,
Why do you think there's so many immigrants moving to England and Europe? Because they get free money. So they're all welfare states. They're guaranteed a huge amount of cash for literally doing nothing. Free housing, free food, free internet, plus like you know, money they can do whatever with in a much wealthier, more prosperous, safer country. So they all just flood in like crazy because they just have an open borders policy. But it's entirely due to the welfare state. If you had an open borders policy, but you weren't given any money, any free handouts, nothing, you'd still have people coming over here, but they'd find out pretty quickly it was probably a bad idea because they're going to end up homeless. So, yeah, that's all it is. They're just trying to take advantage of the welfare state.
I hope in Scarborough, but so maybe he's going to be trying another seat somewhere. But this thing aged like fine wine. This post got 250,000 views, and it was posted only 2 days ago. They did this video right before the election vote so that it would encourage and push him over to the victory. Well, it didn't work. This wild upset occurred even with Nate attending this event right here, dressed up as a Muslim. He pandered to the Muslim community, thinking he would be able to win the hearts of these individuals. Unfortunately, they voted for their own. Check out how humiliating.
Look at this fucking traitor to the fucking nation. National Council of Canadian Muslims. And here's this white liberal fucking cocksucker just slurping up Muslim fucking cum because he thinks it'll help him get elected. Liberals are the most just trashy fucking whores with no moral values. They'll just sell out their own country, their own values, for like just anything.
This is.
I've been lucky to serve a really vibrant Muslim community. I was reminded recently that it was in 2014, I think. I was 29 running in the nomination. I was showing up at Eid Prayer in Dentonia Park, and I was helping to roll out the tarps, and it's been amazing to see our Muslim community grow.
Oh, I'm gonna dress like them. I'm just like them. They're gonna think that I'm like them because I dress like them. Fucking liberals.
Grow in the East End and grow every year. So we have thousands and thousands of folks who join us now for Eid Prayer in Dentonia Park. This core message, I think, from tonight, this message of justice. Some people will see my advocacy over the years in Parliament and say, well, you're representing your community for sure, and that's part of it. When you care about justice.
Yeah, this is his community, right? Like the one fucking white guy there. Fuck off.
Justice and equality and human rights.
He hates, you'll find out pretty quickly, he despises these people. Fucking hates them. The only reason he supported these open borders policies is because he thought it would be politically advantageous for him. But he fucking despises these people.
Then that core question of justice, but also an unwillingness to be silent is incredibly important. These challenges around Islamophobia don't go away. And so when my colleague Ikra Khalid introduced M103, and there were far-right folks, sometimes in Parliament and outside of Parliament for sure, who were suggesting that politicians shouldn't support this, stood up and...
Yeah, so this guy wants to make sure that you have no right to free speech. And you can't criticize Islam as an ideology. He's trying to destroy Canada and allow a Muslim caliphate to fucking grow. because that'll help him get votes.
Seconded that motion. When we see institutionalized hate in Quebec in Bill 21, called out Bill 21 publicly for its blatant discrimination. And then abroad, when you see the injustice.
Like, just listen to that fucking wording. Like, blatant discrimination. What's wrong with discriminating against a hateful fucking religion that promotes terrorism? Like discrimination isn't a bad thing. We discriminate with everything. If we had no discrimination, then we wouldn't have a legal system. We wouldn't throw pedophiles in fucking prison. We'd be okay with everyone committing fucking murder and raping their kids. Like discrimination is good. So it's not whether or not something is discriminatory, it's whether or not the discrimination is good or achieves a good outcome or is warranted in some way. But yeah, this guy supports a Muslim caliphate because, oh, well, it'll help me get elected. Fuck everything else. Fuck free speech. You know, fuck living in a free society. It'll help me get elected. Kid Boo donated $2.
Did they really get a Virginia really get some moolikins?
What's that?
Did they make it as moogly from Jiggly?
A meeting what?
I'm saying, did they, when they get it, did they like us going to punk slap?
I can't hear you.
Did they really get video?
Video.
I'm saying, did they get it when they get moody get Nicholas Jackson?
I can't. Hold on. What's that again?
I'm saying, did they, when they got the order, did they win these moody get Johnny Cuts?
Oh.
I'm saying, when they get it, I'm saying.
We got.
Well, that was incredibly lame and not funny. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
You're vegan and still think liberals are the crazy ones while Republican Ashley Hinson is out here pushing the Save Our Bacon Act. That sounds less like principled politics and more like selectively ignoring Republican absurdity. But go off, Queen.
I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
Of occupation. We saw UNRWA lose its funding. I was there to say we should bring that.
Oh, why did UNRWA lose its funding? I wonder if it had anything to do with it being a terrorist organization.
Funding back. When you see complicity, you call out for an arms embargo. There were many of us, myself included, who repeatedly called for a ceasefire and a ceasefire and a ceasefire and eventually said enough is enough and highlighted voices who called it out for what it is. Not just a devastating violence, but also a genocide.
Oh, right. So this guy is a fucking anti-Semite too. So he supports anti-Semitism and radical Islamic jihad and the destruction of liberal democracies because, oh, the Browns will vote for me. I'll get elected. It's good for my fucking career.
All of that
yeah. Oh, that didn't work out too well, did it?
Advocacy is borne out, yes, representing my community in the East End of Toronto, but also
I love how he says this, my community, and like the one fucking gay retard white guy with a bunch of fucking Muslims. Yeah, your community, huh? Weird how they didn't vote for you.
My community in the East End of Toronto, but also a commitment to justice, equality, and human rights.
What a joke. I support Muslims. I support human rights. Yeah, as if those two things go together. Kid Boo donated $2 textbook, tu quo qui fallacy from Last Dono. Also, would you say I have good taste in entertainment? No, I don't think so. Probably not. Thanks for the donation though, Kid Boo. You did just send me a really shitty video.
They didn't listen to Nate. They looked at him and said, dude, your skin's white. We're never going to vote for a white dude. You could put anybody, any Muslim figure. That is the guy I'm voting for. Who's this white guy dressing up like us? He doesn't represent Muslim values. You are out. It serves these liberals right. They feel like they can pander to this group, get them to believe in me, vote for me. And then when they get served, just wait and see what Nate says next. Before we see what Nate says, I want to show the demographics of this area. Ward profile, Scarborough Southwest, immigration and mobility highlights, 45.8% immigrant population. And where are the immigrants from?
By the way, look at these fucking stats. 20% refugees. Like, it's not a 20% refugee population. How? Like, it couldn't possibly be the case. And this is just in a Scarborough riding. So these people are here illegally. They wrongfully claimed refugee status. And Canada doesn't actually put any effort into determining if these people are actually refugees. All you have to do is say, I'm a refugee. Give them your biometric data, which is like literally just a photograph and a fingerprint. And then you're just here indefinitely. They can't deport you. Like again, there's like they literally deport nobody. There's a guy who was here illegally, who overstayed his visa. He ended up killing 16 fucking people in a car accident. They can't deport him. He keeps like suing the fucking government and shit and like saying, "Oh, but if you deport me, I come from a fucking area where people keep beating me up." I'm not even making this shit up. They literally can't deport these people. Even though they're living in the country illegally, they've committed fucking crimes, and they're not real fucking refugees, and they lied about their refugee status. So these aren't refugees, these are just fucking illegal immigrants. Maybe like 1 or 2% are actually refugees, but they're all illegals.
Bangladesh. I'd like you to meet Asanul Hafiz. Hopefully I said that right. I have nothing wrong with this guy. He seems like a nice guy. It's just so ironic and funny that the liberals think they are just so freaking smart and good. They know everything. Hey, if Mark Carney endorses Nate and Nate's just a sitting MP, everybody loves Nate and he panders to this group, he's going to be...
Dude, I can take one look at that guy and just see that he's a fucking lying cocksucker. Like, it's true. Like, you can look at somebody's face and know they're a fucking asshole. I don't know why, but assholes have like a certain fucking face. Like, you know, you can take one look at Frank Defano and know he's a fucking gay retard. You can tell if somebody's a fucking asshole just by looking at their face. I don't care what people say. Like, you're judging somebody based off the way you look? How do you even know them? No, I can take one look at somebody and know they're a fucking cunt. Like, that MP is a fucking cunt. You can see it right on his cunt face.
Able to win? No! They're going to vote for their guy because you flooded this area with their guy. There's nothing wrong with this. It's just so funny. Azul Hasif understands what it means to work hard and build a life through determination and opportunity. When he arrived here in Canada as an international student nearly 25 years ago, where many of his friends, family, and community connections were based. Even as his career took him elsewhere, he always returned because it was where his community was. Today lives here again with his wife and children. So you are not going to believe this. He returned back to this riding just 12 months ago. He wasn't even living in the riding. He just came back in and said, yeah, I'm going to run. And he's going to go and beat Mark Carney's guy, Nate. As Harrison Faulkner here says, the high-profile Liberal MP that was endorsed by Mark Carney just lost to an unknown Bangladeshi national who was living in a different city just a year ago, was spotted handing out sample ballots to members entirely in Bengali for an Ontario Party nomination race.
Bro. Like, you can't make this shit up. Oh my god, a fucking Bangladeshi pizza shop owner handing out fucking flyers in fucking Bengali beat a fucking white liberal MP endorsed by Mark Carney. Like, fuck me, dude.
Take that in. Let's take a look at this ballot. Here's a sample ballot that they were handing out to the population in this riding. Look, it's not even in English, and it has this.
That is fucking nuts.
Actually worked. And you're not going to believe this. The Hafiz guy on his Facebook account posted a brother something his sister shocking video. He's talking about incest and posts about it on his social media account. And there was controversy on his candidacy here. He had fascinations about Bangladeshi politicians being ended. That's right.
He was celebrating executions. He was celebrating executions for political opponents in Bangladesh. Like, dude, this is the guy who beat a fucking liberal MP endorsed by Mark Carney.
It's actually incredible. Now that we know that Hasif has no business being in Canadian politics, we're going to see Nate here not handling the loss very well. And it serves him right because he voted for mass immigration over and over again, which resulted in his demise. His political career is over.
Fair for me to jump off the top because I really have to talk to the team in detail, get advice from the team as to what they saw happen there. I've spoken to a few scrutineers already who said they've never seen anything like it, and it's unreal what happened in there. So I've never seen anything like it.
In terms of what, though?
Buddy, you supported mass immigration. Half your fucking constituents are fucking illegal immigrants. And then you're surprised, like, you as a white fucking liberal cuck lost an election. Like, again, in a riding that's practically all illegal immigrants. Like, what the fuck are you thinking?
Can you give us some idea of what you're talking about? That's super vague.
I wasn't in the room. I was shaking hands and
So all they told you was we've never seen anything like it and didn't tell you.
They said they've never seen anything like it. There were, at one table, it was 50% of the people that had ID issues, saying they lost driver's license, they just moved in the area. So look,
Weird. Half the voters lost their driver's license. I wonder whose fault that is, you fucking idiot. Like,
I don't know. It's
oh my
unfair for me
god.
to specifically speculate. I got no idea.
What about the
Talked to
leadership,
team,
though?
did a
You
full
have any
debrief with
thoughts?
the team as to what comes next in terms of, it was obviously very close, and we'll see it. I don't know.
Can you say
this
this
was
was we heard 20 votes.
Yeah, it was shy of that. Just shy.
19?
So are you concerned about the final results? Like, you don't think this is necessarily the legitimate result of this nomination?
I would like to hear from every single person that's in that room on our team to understand what took place and what their feeling is, and if there is a legitimate reason to challenge. Obviously, given everything we've seen in the race to date, and some frustrations along the way with disallowing members, and then we see scrutineers in that room articulate concerns. I honestly, I have to do a full debrief with them before I decide next steps, before I decide if I really consider the outcome fair.
Was this process fair for you? Do you find it that you guys have been...
So as you can see here, Nate was not happy. 1,800 memberships were not counted. But there are questions why temporary residents were able to vote. As you heard, 50%.
Yeah, Mr. Mass immigration. Why are temporary residents able to vote? Yeah.
We're like, we don't have ID. We just showed up into this riding. And they were able to vote. And Nate lost by 18 votes. And as Marty from the north here says, what's going on here? 50% of the voters lost their driver's licenses. And as Upper Canadian Cavalier here says, this is a watershed moment for these white libs in Ontario. You can pander to the ethnics all you want, but at the end of the day, you will be replaced.
Yep.
So I kind of want to know what this writing says here. What exactly are they telling people to do? Please mark your ballot exactly like this. If you make a mistake, you can ask for help and get a new ballot. If you have any questions, please ask a volunteer for help. The irony here, you can't even write it. It's going to be written in history, in books, in the library, Canadian libraries. As Table Salt here says, be Nate Erskine Smith, Mark Carney's Liberal MP. Vote yes for every single mass immigration initiative over the last 10 years. Flood your own city with Muslims. Dress up as a Muslim and attend their events. Lose your riding contest to an unknown Muslim man and suggest voter fraud.
It shows you just how much they despise the immigrants they like claim to support so much.
Do you think there's a food shortage coming? My algorithm is full of people saying it. Never know what to believe anymore.
Yeah, buddy. If Americans suffered a food shortage, that would be a benefit to them, okay? Everyone's a fat fuck, so... no. There could potentially be a food shortage in, like, certain areas of Africa, because of the, like, issues with oil, fertilizer, and grain transport being disrupted because of the war in Ukraine and Iran. But no, in any country that is like a modern, wealthy, majority white nation, no. There's not going to be any food shortages. Thanks for the donation, though, Whitey. So, like, it shows you just how much these liberals actually hate brown people. They have no respect for them, think they're fucking trash idiots, and they just use them as a political tool to get votes because they think, oh, immigrants vote liberal, so let's let in more immigrants so that they keep voting liberal and we keep winning elections. It's a not so well-kept secret. And then what fucking happens? When they lose to one of the fucking immigrants they let in, oh, voter fraud, what the fuck happened? Oh, all these fucking immigrants are cheating. Oh, they're not even from here. They're not even supposed to be voting. Like, give me a fucking break. It's, like, these are the most disgusting fucking people on the fucking planet. Like... Look at this little bitch. Like, who the fuck votes for a little bitch like this?
You can't even write this script, Canada. When you think you could join the Muslim community as a white man and even dress like them, and when it's time to vote, they throw you in the trash can.
You know what the next step is from here? You're going to start seeing white liberal MPs actually claim to be converting to Islam. I can guarantee you. Because like that's the only possible strategy from here. This is their whole fucking game. Let in a ton of fucking immigrants so that the immigrants vote for you. They're going to start to realize, oh, well, they're not going to vote for me if there's like a Muslim who's running. So, like, the new metagame is going to be, oh, I'm converting to Islam, so that they can get those votes. Guarantee you. Might take, like, a few years, like, maybe 3-4 years from now, you're going to start seeing it, but, like, again, save that for later. I'm going to be right. I guarantee you, you're going to start seeing white liberal MPs claiming to literally be Muslim. Guarantee it.
In the trash can. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to meet Asanul Hafiz.
Scarborough Southwest, on May 9th, you will have the opportunity to choose your next Ontario Liberal candidate. You deserve a local leader who is in it for you, who knows your concerns and will bring them to Queen's Park. I can be that voice for you. It's been 8 years since Darkford became premier, and Scarborough has nothing to show for it. Transit timelines are delayed, the cost of housing is rising, and the life is not affordable anymore. In 2002, when I first came to Canada, I chose to make Scarborough my home. Scarborough taught me the power a community can have when we come together, that our diversity and the way we hustle makes us who we are.
Oh yeah, diversity. You mean just Muslim immigrants. That's what they mean by diversity.
We deserve to have a voice who reflects our community at Queen's Park. Let's do it together, Scarborough Southwest.
There you have it, Canada. Hafiz has taken down Mark Carney and the Liberal Party. What an incredible photo this is. A bunch of trash all over the place. A beautiful pride flag in the distance with Nate walking down this garbage-filled street, wondering what happened as he grapples and thinks about the consequences of his 10 straight year voting record, resulting in the consequences that he faces today. This is just so sweet. The garbage that the Liberals have created, the pride flag, and the consequences of the decisions the Liberals made. This photo needs to be framed and put in a museum across Canada. What just happened here will haunt the Liberal Party for the rest of time. This machine was built by Pierre Trudeau 60 years ago, where he felt he understood exactly what he was doing.
Nice felines donated $2. Let me see. Oh, wow. That is a nice feline. My goodness. It's a very beautiful feline. Wow. So sleek and handsome. Oh. It's a chumbish. Wow. It's a big chumbish. That's a nice big chumbish. Oh, it's another chumbish.
So you said you wanted more of Jim, so here he is. I'm not holding him today, so not sure how he feels about that. How do you feel about that, Jim?
Wow.
But I'm massaging him, and he... What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? Yeah, we're not sure.
That's a good chumbish. Oh. It's another chumbish. So round. How is he so round? Oh.
Тут он. Чего они идут?
What kind of Pokemon is that? Wow, so long. Wow, very long and wiry. Thanks for the donation, nice felines. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Oh, here comes my chumbish. Hey, Gum Gum. Oh. You're ruining my chair? Good. Gum Gum. Gum Gum. Yeah, come on, Gum Gum. What you doing? Come cuddle. I want my cuddly baby. Come on. Jump up. It's a good Gum Gum. Jump up. Oh, it's scratching my chair some more. Come on. Gum Gum. What are you doing, Gum Gum? Don't know what he's doing. He's wandering around. Wow, that kitty likes his bum spanked. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Curious. What are the top 3 issues you consider when voting for elected officials? If vegan/animal rights stuff isn't in the top 3, can you explain why not? I know you're friendlier towards conservatives right now, but I don't know the hierarchy of reasons.
It entirely depends on whatever specific political issues there are. Could be immigration, if immigration's a problem. Could be economics. Could be particular policies in that area. Like taxes. It entirely depends. It's just a stupid question. Thanks for the donation. My name is Bitchard.
Doing. He would choose to replace Canadian people because Canadian people would not vote for him enough. The machine worked perfectly, but now that same machine is devouring the class that built it. We really needed Nate to win this. That's the sad part, because if Nate won, he would step down as MP and he would go into the provincial politics, which would mean there'd be a by-election, and Avi Lewis, the new NDP leader, would have a great shot at winning that one, which would bring the Liberals' majority down to just 1. And Wilkinson in North Vancouver, that one has gone 50-50 between the Conservatives and the Liberal Party. In history, the Conservatives could win that one as well, which means that the Liberals would no longer have their majority. So with Nate not winning this, it's not good for Canadians, but let's just hope that Nate steps down and triggers a by-election.
I thought he did in fact step down. I'm not sure how that works. If he had to step down as MP in order to do that, get into that election. But yeah, dude, this whole story was just fucking hilarious. Canadian politics are just a joke, sort of like the UK.
Wyatt Claypool here, and yes, we are back.
You know what? I actually can't stand this guy.
And gentlemen, some things you just have to see to believe. AOC just got humiliated in the most embarrassing and brain-dead interview I've ever seen from her, by far. And that says something. I'm talking a world-class gold medal display in confident ignorance, in malicious incompetence, in an ideologically rooted disdain and disregard for history, reality, and truth. As always, like the video and subscribe to the channel. But let's start with AOC crashing out over Virginia's failed gerrymander, and the host having to fact check her at the end.
Redistricting in Tennessee, North Carolina, Texas, Florida, Missouri, none of that challenged or overturned by the courts, despite very clear and brazen constitutional violations, such as in the state of Florida, right? But that...
Why are you getting so defensive, lil bro? Obviously someone's vote will always be based on a situation to a degree, but plenty of people will still typically prioritize certain issues most of the time, harder.
That's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
You know, they've bought their courts, and so it's not going through. But what the
Why would I debate Isaac on socialism when neither of us are socialists?
difference is here in the state of Virginia is that all those other states I just listed, those maps were passed by their state legislatures. Virginia was an election of 3 million Americans. This court did not overturn a map. It overturned an election. An election. And when we talk about the balance of power and a system of checks and balances, it's one thing for a court to check a legislature or an executive, but the end-all and be-all of power in America should be the people. Elections. It should, and the result was clear. And so I think
it actually was pretty close.
It was close, but it was clear.
So AOC completely rewrites history and reimagines reality, which is a reoccurring theme through this entire interview, to pretend there was some massive, overwhelming landslide mandate in Virginia. And the host has to correct her. No, it was extremely close. It was a 2-point margin. 51% of people voted to strip the other 49% of all their political representation. It actually perfectly illustrates one of the foundational flaws with democracy and why the founding fathers elected for us to be a constitutional republic. If 51% of the population can vote to subjugate the other 49%, that is inherently a flimsy and unsustainable system. But AOC whines, the will of the people, judges shouldn't interfere with the will of the people. Well, what about in California, where 59% of the people voted to prohibit illegal aliens from receiving state welfare? And that was overruled by some radical left-wing judge, consequently stealing California from the American people and hand-delivering it on a silver platter to Latin America. Or when 52% of California voted to keep marriage between a man and a woman, and that was also overturned by some radical left-wing judge. Again,
well, that one's a more fundamental constitutional issue.
Against the will of the people. Or what about when 77 million Americans vote for mass deportations and every left-wing activist judge across America prevents that from happening? These Democrats will shamelessly distort reality to fit their narrative, no matter how blatantly incorrect they are. The Virginia Constitution says...
This guy seems a little stupid. You can't just have a vote to take rights away, like basic human rights away from a group of people. It's like, oh, well, what about in California where they voted to, like, lynch black people? It's like, okay, well, you can't just do that.
Ballot referendums can't have misleading or partisan wording. And I'll throw it up on the screen, but the wording for the Virginia redistricting was literally, do you give the state legislator permission to ensure and renew fairness and save democracy or something like that? And that was just one of many ways they violated the Constitution to ram it through. But AOC doesn't care. To her, it's about sticking to a partisan narrative.
That's insane. I didn't know that.
No matter how obviously incorrect it is. And she takes it a step further here, justifying her communist revolution in America by saying our founding fathers were actually socialists.
The American Revolution
They were in no shape or form socialists.
Was against the billionaires of their time. And we are declaring independence from such an extreme marriage of wealth and power and the state. The concentration of wealth in this country has gotten so dire and so extreme that you can literally name the people who have half of the wealth in this country. It's gotten so extreme that you can name Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, the Waltons. And so, of course, when we criticize the system's gotten so concentrated that...
I don't know where she could have possibly gotten that idea. The only reason they started even imposing a federal income tax was to fund the Civil War. There was no federal income tax before then. So where is she getting the idea that the founding fathers would be socialist? It's like, just like, these people are fucking crazy.
They take it as criticisms of themselves. And frankly, of course, they take it personally, because when you are completely unwilling to look at and be as invested in our country as...
I fucking can't with these Republicans, bro. I was with this guy up until him saying overturning a vote against gay marriage was ruled on by a radical judge. The ultimate snowflakes are the fucking retards against gay marriage. Fucking retards, bro.
Yeah, like, that showed this dude's unhinged. Why the fuck do they even care about gay marriage? Like, it's just, of all things to complain about. Dudes are gonna stick their dicks in other dudes' asses, whether they can get married or not, so I don't know what fucking difference it makes to them. It's just bizarre. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Daddy.
as an everyday American is, which is really what we're talking about with mass concentration of wealth. What kind of society do we want to live in? What is good for the country? And then what is good for myself?
So AOC...
I don't think the American Revolution was... Taxation from the British was a huge aspect of it, but it was more than that.
AOC is arguing, why are we so opposed to a communist revolution today when the American Revolution, the thing that kicked off our history, was a communist revolution itself? I mean, this is her saying that at the University of Chicago Institute of Politics. The founding fathers were socialists,
Well,
just
it's
like
university, what do
me.
you
So if you
expect?
support them, you ought to support me. She is supplanting our very real American history with an imaginary fairy tale. And the audience happily and mindlessly accepts the revisionism because it supports their political agenda. The American Revolution was actually the furthest thing from that. It was organized, led, and funded by the upper class of Americans in the colonies. George Washington, adjusted for inflation, is the second richest president of all time, behind Donald Trump. Oh, and at the end, she criticized modern billionaires for being less invested in America than the average working class person. Well, get this stat. The richest 100 Americans are directly responsible for 4 to 5 million jobs in America. The richest 100 people through their companies. But indirectly, so other businesses that work with or service or sell products to those businesses, it is estimated that 10 to 15% of all private sector jobs in America derive from the 100 richest Americans. So yeah, I think they're pretty invested in America's well-being. But she says something very sinister and tyrannical at the end that exemplifies the oppressive nature of her communist beliefs. In her mind, and from her own mouth, I'm not mincing words, it goes state first and then the individual. They fundamentally believe individuals should recuse their freedom, their liberty, their self-interest, their goals, their desires for the benefit of the state. They despise individualism and economic freedom. They
Yeah, that's commies for you.
want you to be a uniform cog in the government-controlled machine. And now we get into the most frightening part. She admits her ultimate goal is not a political position. It's not even to be president. It's something much bigger than that. Her goal is to foment a communist revolution.
The whole thing about like, oh, China and Russia just didn't do communism correctly. It's because communism is a religion. It's not a legitimate political belief. It's a religious belief. It has pretty much all the same aspects of a religion. So they have essentially religious deities, like Karl Marx being basically the Jesus Christ of their whole movement. And then you have, like, you know, Lenin, Mao. A lot of them are too shy to, like ever, you know, ever publicly really support Stalin and Mao and shit, but yeah, they have their like chief religious deity figure, which is Karl Marx. There's the promise of salvation, just like in Christianity, like, oh, if you believe, you'll be saved in the afterlife. And there'll be like, you know, the time when all evil is destroyed and the world will be in harmony. Same thing, like, oh, the proletariat will rise up and there will be a day where there's no money and everyone gets what they need and nobody has to work hard anymore. It's just a religious belief. So that's why they always revert back to, oh, well, they just didn't do it right, no matter how many times it fucking fails in whatever form. Could be the failure of China, Russia, South America. It could be the failure of, you know, these socialist policies with, you know, welfare and shit. They'll always make up some kind of excuse because fundamentally it's just a religious belief, just like how Christians make up excuses for inconsistencies in the Bible or, you know, prophecies never coming true or, you know, the existence of dinosaurs. They'll always make up some kind of fucking retarded excuse for it. Omni-vegan donatillers, AOC definitely has some cringe populist takes, but the United States is never going to be communist or socialist. There will never be enough votes in Congress to ever meaningfully do that, just pandering to the populist wing. I would not say it's impossible. I would say it's highly implausible, but I wouldn't ever say it's impossible. Like, again, fascism can always take hold. Like, especially when you're talking about a generation of fucking retards that are growing up on ChatGPT who are, like, the most entitled fuckwits imaginable. Just wait, like, a couple generations from now, there could be, you know, a communist revolution in the United States. Like, look at people like Mamdani, who are, like, very clearly communist, winning elections in New York. It's not an impossibility. It's implausible, but it's not an impossibility. The threat is ever present. But yeah, she's clearly just pandering because, you know, it's just what these people do. Like, liberals always pander. They have absolutely no fucking values, and all of this is just some fucking grift. And she knows that she can appeal to some kind of voter base if she appeals to the, like, far left. That's why she's willing to, like, do live streams with Hassan and shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Omni-Vegan.
In America, just like her boy George Washington did, according to her.
They assume that my ambition is positional. They assume that my ambition is a title or a seat. And my ambition is way bigger than that. My ambition is to change this country. And
You're a dumb bitch. Like, she's not a viable candidate.
presidents come and go, Senate.
Oh yeah, well, communism appeals to young people because they have no life experience and they're lazy and entitled. That's all it is. Like, they're still children, right? So you'll notice, like, all these communists, they're generally in an age range where they're either still living with their parents or they're just starting to get independence. And they're having to think about, oh shit, it's so hard to find work. Oh my god, I have to pay for my own university tuition. Oh, I'm in so much debt. Oh, I can only afford the small apartment with roommates. And it sucks. And then they hear about communism where, oh, it'll fix all your like shitty little problems with money. So like that's all it is. It's just entitled, dumbass young people who don't have any real work ethic. They don't really know what they want to do with their life, and they don't have enough life experience and shit to realize how entitled they're being, and you know, the fact that like communism just doesn't fucking work. And for whatever reason, no one really teaches you about communism in school. It's not something you'll learn all about fascism, like right-wing fascism, like Nazism, and how it's bad and why it fails, but they don't teach you that about communism. So you don't learn anything about it in school, and then you hear about, like, again, this, like, system that could fix all your fucking money problems. So what's, like, some dumb fucking kid who doesn't know shit gonna think?
House seats, elected officials come and go, but single payer health care is forever. A living wage is forever. Workers' rights are forever. Women's rights, all of that. And so, anyways, the way, but to
Oh, women's rights. Oh, okay. You want to bet she does not want to mandate women signing up for the draft? Women have more rights than men. So it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
a finer point to your question is that when you aren't attached, right? When you haven't been like fantasizing about being this or that since the time you were 7 years old, it is tremendously liberating.
The left is trying to structurally change America into something foreign and authoritarian. Socialism is an ideology that is beloved by the lazy, the unproductive, and the envious because it demonizes excellence and promotes fairness. It's an ideology that is inherently oppressive because it prevents the human—
Well, not fairness, it promotes equity. As Jordan Peterson would say, there's a difference between fairness and equity.
Human rights of liberty, self-determination, private property rights. It's as AOC said, the individual comes secondary to the collective. It is not an ideology for trailblazers, creators, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and hard workers. It's an ideology for people at the bottom whose feelings are hurt because other people have more stuff than them. And instead of improving their lives and getting more stuff on their own, they just want to steal from the people who have more than them so they can spend all day painting their terrible art. And the trickle-down effects of this un-American desire for fairness has permeated all throughout our society in disastrous ways. The phasing out and underfunding of gifted and talented programs at school because they don't want to hurt the self-esteem of non—
You ever get sad knowing you'll no longer exist for eternity one day? No. Why would I care?
Don't know how to handle it. They crumble, they get violent, they get resentful, they get iced. They're exactly the same, and hits us with this historically inaccurate gem. Black people are actually the founders of democracy.
There are very few like real archetypes of, in my opinion, truly what America is all about. I think about the civil rights and voting rights movement and how Black Americans really created democracy in this country.
What the fuck? Just what? How can she be so fucking stupid? How is she in Congress? Does she think black people weren't allowed to vote in the fucking 1960s? Like, this bitch is fucking nuts.
That's exactly right. How they literally made something from nothing. It is just beyond me.
Love how this dumb bitch next to her is like nodding her head like, yeah, truth.
I think about how like Native people have survived and preserved and
Preserved what? Go Gadget, donate $2. Fucking hate this guy, idiot with an MD behind his name.
My immune system was shot. They still have me 3.5 years.
Anthony Chafee is really not a real doctor. As far as I know, he got his medical license in Ireland. If you get a medical license in Ireland, it means you're a retard. Ireland has really, really low standards to become a medical doctor. That's why John Venus's brother, Leo Venus, got his medical degree in Ireland. That's like, it doesn't make any sense. The guy's from Norway. He lives in Norway. And then he goes to Ireland to get a medical degree. So basically, if you're a fucking retard who can't get accepted into university in a good country, you go to Ireland to get a medical degree, and then an Irish medical degree is not valid in a lot of countries. You can't practice medicine in like the US, Canada, most of Europe, if you have a medical degree in Ireland. That's why Leo isn't a practicing doctor. It's because he lives in Norway and he can't practice medicine in Norway with an Irish medical degree. So Anthony Chafee, like, yeah, I mean, he got a medical degree in Ireland, I'm pretty sure, but it's like, okay, you're basically a retard doctor that nobody should take seriously, and the guy's just a fucking idiot.
Later on antibiotics for the spinal infection. As a matter of fact, I was told antibiotics for life. I'm on Bactrim DS twice a day, which is pretty heavy duty, after a PICC line for 3 months. And so I had a couple of occurrences with the
Congratulations, you're banned.
MRSA returning, and I thought, I'm just going to stream. You know, I knew diet at this point had a huge impact on my health, so I thought I'm going to just streamline it even more.
Mhm.
And that's when I went carnivore.
And then what happened after that? Did you get more improvements, and where are you at today?
Yeah. You know, I did. And I still continue to improve. You know, I look back at pictures 2 and 3 years ago, and it's like I'm getting better and better.
Mhm.
I mean, you really do. The human body is absolutely amazing.
I love how these people interview out of shape, wrinkly old fucking bitches with no fitness. And they just make like vague claims like, oh yeah, I was in such poor health. My elbow hurt. And now my elbow's better after going carnivore. And, you know, I just look at old pictures and I'm clearly healthier. Like, great. Nobody who's fit, strong, athletic, energetic, anything is fucking carnivore. It's like, let me interview some dumb, wrinkly old fucking bitch who says, oh, I just feel better eating nothing but meat. And I can guarantee you a few years from now, she's just going to drop dead of a heart attack or stroke. There's a number of carnivore influencers who've died of heart attacks, strokes, and cancer. And as soon as they die, the entire community tries to pretend like they never existed. So they'll have people who are dealing with cancer on their fucking podcasts and shit. And, you know, they'll talk about, oh, I switched to carnivore when I got cancer and my cancer got better. A year later, they're dead. And then you hear nothing about it. Like, they're just gone. Like, they never fucking existed. Like, they don't want to acknowledge any of these fucking people. There was a fucking woman Sean Baker was talking about where she was eating a carnivore diet for a few years. She ended up getting a stroke. And then they start, like, saying, oh, well, you know, it was just a fluke or it was due to some other problem, had nothing to do with your diet. Like, they just make up all these kind of fucking stupid excuses. But as soon as some vegan has any kind of health problem, oh, well, it's because of your diet. It's because of the vegan diet. But when a carnivore dieter has a health problem, oh, well, it had nothing to do with your diet. It was just like some other thing. Oh, it was genetic or, something else. These people are just grifting fucking scumbags. Oh, and look, he's interviewing a weak beta male fucking pussy. What? Let's see.
Let's have a quick glance at this. These are human teeth. These are the teeth of animals that eat fruit. These are the teeth of animals that eat meat. These are human hands. These are the hands of animals that eat fruit. And these are the hands or paws of animals that eat meat. This is the length of human intestines. This is
Yeah, this is stupid. Like, I mean, chimpanzees eat meat.
the length of the intestines of animals that eat fruit. And this is the length of the intestines of animals that eat meat. This is the stomach acid strength in humans. This is the stomach.
Anthony Chaffee's on Instagram, right? When did he upload this? Pretty recently. It's kind of funny. Anthony Chaffee looks a lot fatter than he used to. Maybe he just has like a swollen kind of face. He uploaded this April 12th, but I'm pretty sure this is from a few years ago. Because, look at his face. His face looks totally different. So this guy takes videos from, years ago and then re-uploads them and then acts as if they're new? I also love how this dipshit is, he'll upload some stupid fucking Instagram thing. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, he doesn't eat any carbs. Okay, well, do you look like Arnold Schwarzenegger, buddy? Like this guy uploads no fucking physique pics or anything. And then he's like, oh, well, Arnold Schwarzenegger ate no carbs. Well, he did. You can just watch Pumping Iron. He ate carbohydrates. But then he won't show what he looks like. Right? Oh, wow. Oh, forearm. Oh, okay. So, this guy's too embarrassed to actually upload any, physique pics. But, yeah, he'll show, some you can just see in his face. I don't know if this is AI enhanced either, because I've never seen him look like this. But you can literally see, from, this photo to this photo, he looks way fucking younger. At least 10 years younger. He looks nothing like this thumbnail. He has more hair. You can see hair recession. These people are just fucking clowns. I can't stand them.
Stomach acid strength in animals that eat fruit. And this is the stomach acid strength in animals that eat meat.
Okay, this is just fucking boring.
And human stomach pH is actually between about 1 and 2, just like lions and other carnivores.
No, stomach pH changes based on what's in the stomach. So what he's saying just doesn't make any fucking sense.
As well. He's also just making things up. The average length of the human intestine compared to our length is actually only 4 or 5 times longer than our length, as opposed to 9 to 12 times longer, like he's.
I don't know what the fuck any of this matters. It's just a fucking boring video.
2 things that prove that humans are not meant to eat carbohydrates. First is insulin. Do you know that we have the wrong kind of insulin for carbohydrates? Think about it. When we eat carbohydrates, our blood sugar spikes, insulin goes up, but then blood.
Okay. Protein is insulinogenic, dumbass. So if you eat a meal high in protein, your insulin is going to go up. Insulin is required to metabolize both carbohydrates and protein. So are humans not supposed to eat protein? Is protein bad for us too? I also don't understand what the fucking problem is with your blood sugar going up after a meal. Guess what? If you eat fat in your blood goes up after a meal. If you eat protein in your blood goes up after a meal. If you eat carbohydrates Glucose in your blood goes up after eating a meal. That's how fucking nutrients are distributed throughout your fucking body, you fucking idiot. No shit. If you eat something, you're going to see a postprandial increase in that thing after a fucking meal.
Blood sugar drops down too low because insulin
Yeah, no, eating carbohydrates doesn't cause your blood sugar to drop too low after a meal.
keeps going. So we have to keep eating more carbs and more insulin. We keep having this balance all throughout the day, and we can't get our blood sugar right as a result. Did you know we actually had to reinvent insulin for type 1 diabetics and type 2 diabetics who require insulin? So instead of just
No, we didn't. There's different types of insulin. There's short-acting, long-acting, and like medium-acting. They just have different half-lives, and they're used for different reasons. So depending on the needs of the patient, there's short-acting and longer-acting insulin. Some of it also has to do with just ease of use. If you use a long-acting insulin, it just allows somebody to take less injections and not have to monitor their blood sugar so closely.
just giving normal insulin that our body would make and replacing that. Instead, they have to be given things like Act Rapid, Nova Rapid that have a sharper spike to match that carbohydrate spike. If our normal insulin was made for carbohydrates, then why is it that we had to make a new insulin for this? In fact,
what he's saying just doesn't make any fucking sense.
when type 1 diabetics go to a ketogenic approach and they're not taking in carbohydrates, they still need some insulin, especially for protein, because this will give a bit of a rise. But the insulin that most matches that protein curve is actually our normal insulin. So they're given the old style insulin that actually perfectly matches that protein curve. So our insulin is designed for protein, not carbohydrates.
No.
Secondly, our teeth and dentition. Carbohydrates select for certain bacteria that actually cause cavities in our teeth. No animal in the wild eats a natural diet that rots their teeth.
That is not true. Bears often develop dental caries because they eat honey. So should you warn the bears? That's not your natural diet. You're not supposed to eat honey because you're getting cavities. By the way, any animal that lives long enough is going to have dental caries. Animals don't live very long, so generally they don't have to worry about this, but any animal that lives long enough, they're going to end up having dental caries. Doesn't matter if they're a fucking carnivore or whatever. Your teeth don't heal and repair and regenerate. So yeah, over time, if you live long enough, you're gonna have dental caries.
An animal loses its teeth in the wild, it dies because it cannot eat, it cannot function. No natural biological diet will cause any species of animal to rot their teeth.
It's just a total made-up fabrication.
So by definition, any food that rots the teeth of any animal is not designed for that animal and is not.
Okay, so I guess like every fucking chimpanzee, every like great ape or like primate species, they're not eating their natural diet because they all eat plants and fruits that either wear away at their enamel or again, they're eating sugary fruits that will also help produce bacteria that will wear away their teeth. Like what he's saying doesn't make any sense. Again, your teeth erode just physically. So if you're chewing on something that is going to wear down your teeth, given a long enough time, you will develop dental caries. It's just inevitable if you live long enough. So every animal, according to him, is not eating a species-appropriate diet.
Good for that animal. Oral health is a window to the overall health, especially cardiovascular health. And anything that causes tooth decay is likely to cause other issues in the body.
Does this dumb fuck eat honey?
Oh, honey, that's an animal product, right? Well, it's actually bee vomit, and they're just vomiting up concentrated nectar, which comes from a plant. So if you want to get technical, it's not exactly an animal, but it's also sugar, okay? So there's more fructose in honey than high fructose corn syrup. So this is bad. Now, people may argue that in the form of honey, fructose is actually good for you, but they have absolutely no evidence whatsoever to back that up.
Okay, well, at least he is consistent, I guess.
And any food that brings about the wrong bacteria in the mouth that cause cavities and rot the teeth is obviously not meant for that animal.
You generally see more gum disease in people who eat meat,
And like carbohydrates are not meant for us. We see a clear break in the dentition before and after agriculture. People did not need dentists, and neither do animals. Immediately after agriculture, we see jaw formation shrink, we see fallen dental arches, and we also see rotting, broken, crooked teeth because we started eating food that was not designed for us biologically. And while we can survive on it, we are not going to attain optimal health from it. So there are two pieces of hard evidence.
Here's your fucking optimal health, dipshit. Fucking loser.
I love how commies like Sayok and Bernie Sanders always talk about billionaires, but they just can't stand seeing people richer than themselves. Remember when Bernie used to talk against millionaires until he became one himself?
Well, yeah, that's all it is. They just think they're never going to be able to obtain the same wealth as people that they are jealous of, and then as soon as they do, their tune changes. Thanks for the donation, Squirrel Balls.
Treasured their culture. I think about, and I think many of us think about immigrants, which if you aren't from one of those first two populations, you are certainly from largely the third. And so many of us have our story of.
Daily Dose of Cats donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh, it's a chumbish. Oh, those are good kitty chirps. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's really good. Yes, pet the cat butt. Wow, that's a good chumbish. Thanks for the donation, Daily Dose of Cats.
Our parents, our grandparents, our great-great-grandparents, and so on and so forth. And who come and make something from nothing. And I think that's.
Okay, I'm kind of done listening to this stupid fucking bitch.
So the war in Iran is reshaping the world as we.
Let's see.
So let's talk more about this ceasefire. We're joined by Senior Fellow for the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, Jonathan Conricus. Also with us, U.S. Open Source Intelligence Analyst Ryan McBeth. So the ceasefire, I don't know if it's on life support, but it's kind of wheezing right now, despite some Iranian attacks and U.S. retaliation. I guess it's holding. Trump is insisting that the ceasefire technically is still alive, and I love this. The recent strike was kind of just a little love tap. Ryan, what's your assessment?
I think we're basically we're at the first yard line, right? We're about to get to the goal. There are going to be some people in Iran that want to mess this up, mainly because Tehran has an elected civilian government, but that civilian government may not necessarily be in control of all of the IRGC. You might have some IRGC factions who are vying for power right now. So the elected civilian leaders might say, hey, go do this thing, and some of the IRGC says, no, we kind of want to cause the end of the world here, so we want to do this other thing. And so as long as we kind of take the high road with this, everything's fine. If you look at the previous segment, in the previous hour, you had a guy on that was talking about snake bites in California. And, you know, when you're dealing with a snake bite, you know, you have to keep your distance, use the right tools. You don't let the snake pick the terms of engagement. And that's how we also have to deal with Iran.
You also have to cut the head of the snake off, which I think we've done a few times, but the snake keeps kind of growing back. Also, we might be at the 1 yard line, but there seems to be a lot of delay of game penalties, right? And that keeps moving us back 5 yards. I don't know where we are right now. Jonathan, I mean, this week, you know, Israel carried out its first strike on Beirut since the ceasefire began. We were just talking about that, Chris was. And targeting and killing a senior commander in Hezbollah's elite Radwan force. The U.S. is going to...
Spec King of Liberals being shameless VG.
Let me take a look, Dodo.
First of all, it's so incredibly narcissistic for anyone to believe that I'm sitting around thinking about like, oh my God, I hate the Jews. I don't care about the Jews.
Sure you don't.
I don't care to hate. I don't care to hate any group of people. I hate what we're
She literally said the Jews are responsible for 9/11.
seeing right now in Gaza, funded by, aided and abetted by the American government. I have a problem with that. Why would I have a problem with Judaism or Jewish people? I've been doing this job for 20 freaking years.
She accused Jews of committing 9/11. Like it makes no sense. Israel is a fucking American ally. Like, why would they be responsible? Like, why would they commit a terror attack or be partly responsible for a terror attack on the U.S., which would destroy their relations? Like, it's just... So, she's an anti-Semite. She hates Jews, and any opportunity she has to say Jews are evil, she'll take it. Pooping $22 low. Let me see.
It ends up, when you do communism right, it works perfectly and everyone loves it.
And it only took 200 million starving to get here.
That's less than half as many as we thought.
There has been another terrorist attack with 33 dead. The American government has decided not to do anything about it since we probably deserved it.
It sure is great that abortion is now free and available for everyone everywhere.
Yeah, but it's too bad that there aren't any babies to abort since we outlawed being a heterosexual.
Murdering those families was wrong, but you're an immigrant and you probably just didn't know any better.
You know, there's a shocking amount of truth to that one. A shocking amount of truth. There was an immigrant in the UK who committed statutory rape against a minor, and they let him off, didn't charge him. And the judge's reasoning for it was he's an immigrant and he didn't know any better. Which violates the Constitution, by the way, because ignorance of the law is not a defense. So, this is already happening.
Plus, we shut down all prisons. You're free to go.
This is wrong! You need to lock him up!
How dare you question our compassion? Execute that man immediately! I found more letters we need to add to the acronym.
It's already so large it's throwing off the rotation of the Earth. If we add any more letters, we'll die.
Then we die!
Everyone just stay in line and walk through the scanner. It's going to check how dark your skin is to see how many benefits you get. If I were you, I wouldn't bother.
The U.S. has run out of money.
Can't we just murder more billionaires and confiscate their wealth?
There are no more left. I'm afraid someone in our country is actually going to have to get a job and work.
Yeah. That's about right. Oh. My neck gets really stiff sometimes.
Cavicular had a total cortisol spike while watching episode 16 of Protect Our Parks after witnessing Shane Gillis, Mark Normand, Ari Shaffir, and Joe Rogan poking fun at the looks-maxing thing.
What's up with that clavicular homo? You know what I'm talking about? What's up with that guy?
I think he's the opposite of a homo. I think his whole thing is looks maxing chicks.
That sounds gay to me.
Looks maxing girls. This is so gay, guys. Oh my god. Look at this retard. Yeah, bro. Clavicular is so gay.
Apparently he hits his face with a hammer to put micro breaks in his face to make his jaw look stronger. That's just trans. You're just man-to-man trans.
You're just man-to-man trans. It's like, you look like a bird.
But how about just self-will?
How about just self-will? It's like, bro, you're also fat.
Whatever. Thanks for the donation, pooping.
Sorry, these are on Facebook, but it is imperative that you view these.
Okay, let me take a look. Oh. It's a chumbish.
Oh no!
It's a chumbish stealing avocado toast. It's your good Hyrax.
See the focus in his eyes.
Wow. Wow. I like Hyraxes. Oh.
Got a little piece of potatoes and she likes it. And if she gets too much of one thing, then if I swap with something she doesn't like, she does this kind of thing, tricky with her mouth on the side, like, no, I don't like it. She's very precious.
Wow. Hyraxes seem nice. Thanks for the donation. I am indeed Somalian. Manny Donatillers, are you 6'3" without shoes or 6'5" with shoes? I'm 6'3" without shoes. And what is it like being that tall? Did you have lots of growing pains while growing up? I did have a fair bit of growing pains. Ugh. I don't know, you're just taller. Thanks for the donation though, Manny.
Years, I've never once been accused of anti-Semitism.
Oh well, at least that video had a happy ending where communism once again fails as always and people have to get a job and work again, much to the despair of these SJW losers.
Yeah, did have a happy ending at least. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Until I became incredibly vocal in condemning Israel's war crimes and genocide. Dropsite News has revealed that since the so-called ceasefire with Gaza, Israel has actually carried out a lot more killings in the enclave, okay? So this is a ceasefire that was allegedly accomplished last October between Israel and Hamas. But since then, over 800 Gazans have been killed and over 2,000 have been wounded.
Somebody should tell her what a ceasefire is, and also tell her that people just die. So I don't know, like does she have any evidence that the IDF are?
Would you find it hot if Pat was still Muslim and you could argue with her about it and convert her to the dark side over time?
So where's the evidence that every single one of these deaths is directly related to some sort of Israeli military action?
How is that a ceasefire? It's not. There was never a ceasefire in Lebanon. There was never a ceasefire in Gaza. It is a...
Okay.
At least 20%.
Jesus.
That's the percentage of unregulated peptide vials tested independently in 2025 that were mislabeled. Not contaminated, not underdosed, mislabeled. The vial said retatrutide. The compound inside was semaglutide. The vial said one peptide blend. It contained a completely different one.
Think twice before injecting peptides bought on.
So one thing, whoopee diddly do. If you buy retatrutide and you get semaglutide, nothing's gonna happen. You're fine. Same with if you get TB500 and it's BPC. Whoopee diddly do, nothing's gonna happen. Two, whenever somebody shares statistics like this, like you'll hear this thrown around all the time with people who fearmonger about steroids. Like only 30% of steroids that were tested in some study actually contained like you know, the proper dose of steroid that was claimed. Or was the actual steroid that was claimed. So they'll say, like, you ordered trenbolone, but you really got, like, I don't know, fucking testosterone. Or if you ordered testosterone enthate, it's really test propionate. You'll see stuff like that. They select randomly from a list of websites, right? So it's like if you go to fucking Temu to buy, I don't know, car parts. It's like you could do the same thing, right? It's like, oh, only like 30% of online retailers actually sell good, genuine car parts. Well, why would you buy from like shitty, weird Chinese, you know, bottom of the barrel websites for car parts? It's the same with like fucking steroids or peptides. It's like, okay, why are you buying from that website? So just buy from a good retailer. So like, yeah, so the fear mongering with this like steroid and peptide shit is just fucking ridiculous.
Online, which can seriously harm you.
Millions of people are injecting compounds they cannot verify. And the question I want to answer today.
Well, you can. It's just they're either too stupid or lazy to.
Today, the question the influencers aren't answering is, what are those compounds actually doing inside the human body?
No,
I'm an orthopedic
you
surgeon.
don't lose
I operate
muscle
on
on
tendons,
semaglutide.
ligaments, cartilage, and bone. The exact tissues the peptides like BPC 157 and TB500 claim to heal. Orthopedic surgeon here. Subscribe if you're new, and the Wolverine Stack evidence breakdown is linked below. Here's what we're doing today. 5 steps on this staircase. What peptides actually are, and why the hype around them is at an all-time high. What BPC 157 and TB500 are biologically doing, or trying to do, inside the body. Where the human evidence actually stands, and what animal models look promising means in clinical translational terms. The failure modes nobody in the peptide community wants to talk about, and a verdict framework. Who the evidence might support, who it doesn't, and what the questions are worth asking your doctor.
Put it inside me. Yet one question remains. What even is this stuff?
And here's the number that frames the entire conversation. BPC 157. The peptide Joe Rogan credits with healing an injury he'd had for years. The one half of fitness Twitter injects weekly has 0 completed phase 3 human trials. 0. Not limited, 0. Like 0.
Lots of petri dish data. Lots of animal rodent data. There's one human trial that's been published, retrospective, calls them up and says, hey, your pain feeling better? And the majority of them said, yeah. And they're like, cool. And they published that.
That's not disqualifying on its own. Lots of interesting compounds haven't cleared.
So, retatrutide hasn't passed phase 3 clinical trials. Does that mean retatrutide doesn't work? Well, you can look at the randomized trial data. You can anecdotally just look at people who've been on Reta. They lose weight like fucking crazy. The vaccine, you know, that they told everybody to get before that was ever FDA approved. Everybody was taking it because they knew it worked. So just because something isn't FDA approved or didn't pass phase 3 human trials, it doesn't mean it doesn't work. They're like, I've made this argument when it comes to turkesterone. Turkesterone clearly doesn't do shit, and it's just because, like, if it has any effect in your body at all, the magnitude of effect is so small, it just doesn't make a difference. No one is getting jacked on fucking turkesterone. No one's ever posted, like, a before and after, like, oh, I gained 10 pounds of muscle taking fucking turkesterone. Like, never, ever, anywhere do you see any kind of transformation like that. Whereas if you were to give somebody a steroid, they would easily gain 10 pounds in about a month or two. So with BPC, the magnitude of effect seems to be strong enough where just anecdotally we can probably confirm that it actually does something. Like, I've used it. Like, there's injuries that just aren't kind of recovering and won't heal and take a very fucking long time, and then as soon as you start using BPC, they start to heal and get better, and then you're fine. I think TB500 is a stronger drug when it comes to healing injuries, because I've just noticed a greater magnitude of effect taking TB500. But like, the magnitude of effect is just too high to kind of ignore, where you have so many high-level professional athletes using it, swearing by it, and again, I've used it myself. Like, it clearly does something. Have you looked into oxytocin acetate? Apparently I have the RS53576A genotype, and it leads to a lack of empathy. Hello, am I a sociopath? I don't care.
Phase 3 yet. But it does mean that everyone injecting it right now is, by clinical definition, self-experimenting. And the gap between what the mechanism promises and what the human data confirms is the entire story. I want to hear from you before we go further. Have you used peptides? Drop it in the comments.
When anabolic steroids came onto the market, they were never tested for anabolic effect. So it wasn't until decades later with any of these anabolic steroids that it was ever confirmed in research that they're actually highly anabolic and increase muscle mass, strength, and all this shit. And they relied on mouse data. So they gave mice steroids. They had them run on a little hamster wheel. And then they'd basically kill them, take their skin off, look at the, like, they'd take muscle tissue biopsies and see if they gained any muscle mass. Or they just measure their, like, thigh thickness. And that's how they assumed that anabolic steroids build muscle mass. Like again, there's a reason why bodybuilders in the, like, 1960s, once steroids became widely available, they just started blowing up like fucking crazy. There was no research at the time showing that steroids, like, actually built muscle in humans. And actually, if you look at some of the medical inserts with some of these drugs, they'd actually state, like, explicitly on the medical insert, this does not build muscle or have any performance enhancing benefit, because they knew bodybuilders and athletes were taking them. So, it doesn't mean shit. If something works, it works. And again, you see a great enough magnitude of effect with these drugs where they're clearly doing something.
How do you make sure the roids you buy aren't contaminated? Heavy metals, bacteria, etc. What sources or info do you recommend to be a responsible gear user?
Get it tested. So if you're worried about that, get it tested. I also don't know what you mean by contaminated, like with bacteria. How the fuck would you know something's contaminated with bacteria? Steroids that you get from the pharmacy can be contaminated with bacteria. So, like, you won't know unless you inject it in yourself. So, like, that's just a stupid question. In terms of heavy metals, you can just get it tested at a lab. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Do an impersonation of an SJW crying like a baby because communism failed and now they have to work for a living just like everyone else.
We killed all the rich people and took their money, but we wasted all the money. And now I have to work just like those rich people. Maybe we just didn't do communism right. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Why does that guy remind me of one of those carnivore or paleo doctors or someone? Do you know what I'm talking about?
If you look at a copy of chromosome 3 you get from your mother and the copy of chromosome 3 you get from your father, typical time they share a common ancestor is 1
I don't know what you're talking about.
or 2 million years ago. That's before the split from Neanderthals and Denisovans. So there's many places in your DNA where you're more closely related to a Neanderthal on your mother's side than you are to your father. It's the same reason that, like, if you have, like, a sister, in some places in your DNA, you're more closely related to her than you are to me because you share a parent.
Yeah.
But in other places, you're more closely related to me than you are to your sister because you happen not to share the same DNA from your
Right.
parents. It's just that the DNA that we get from our common ancestral population was already quite variable 500,000 years ago, 700,000 years ago, a million years ago, and some of us descend from some of those ancestors and others of us descend from other those ancestors. And Neanderthals split from our lineage really close in time on a
Yeah.
human evolutionary timescale, such that in some places in our DNA we're more closely related to Neanderthals than to each other.
Interesting.
If you look at a copy of chromosome 3,
This is South India's most iconic curry, the one and only samba. It all starts with a mix of more than 20 different ingredients like spices, chilies, curry leaves and coconut that are toasted before they are transformed into a fragrant paste. Next up is a flavor base of spiced onions, more chilies, curry leaves and blended tomatoes. Add the masala to bring it all together, then it's time for the signature touch of this dish, cooked and mashed lentils to give it its iconic texture. Finish it with tamarind water and coriander and get ready for an iconic pairing, because samba doesn't come by itself. For this, a fermented rice and lentil batter is flavored with plenty of spices before being turned into these savory golden donuts called vada. Now serve it together with some coconut chutney and tuck into this traditional breakfast feast.
That looks good.
Why no farming before the Ice Age? Genetically, we were
that
there.
is such an interesting question. Right, genetically, we're there. The
Yeah.
common ancestral population has all of the ingredients for
Right.
farming 50,000 years ago. And if you talk to climate scientists and archaeologists, I keep asking people this question every time I meet someone who's an expert in this, is like, how can this be that farming develops in all these places? Are we really living in such an unusual time? 12,000 years ago, we switched into the
They didn't figure it out yet. It's like asking how come people weren't forging iron. Like, they just didn't figure it out yet. Or weren't motivated to.
period of not just warmth, but climate stability. If you look at, for example, data from the bottoms of ponds where you can measure the fluctuations of temperatures using isotopic signatures, apparently we're in a period where it's just fluctuating a lot less year to year, 10 years to 10 years, and 100 years to 100 years, and it's just a period of relative stability that we are miraculously living in, and that when this happens, somehow it follows that multiple groups independently turn to agriculture, all of whom have the same genetic complement that arises 50,000, 100,000, 200,000, 300,000 years ago. It's kind of a crazy observation that people just accept. But
Thanks for the donation, dude.
Would you ever try methyltren or halotestin? I heard that have really good pre-workout effects.
No, I don't know why I'd bother. Thanks for the donation, Tren.
And if you have, Tell me what you were told they do. We're all friends here. I won't judge. What is a peptide and why is everyone suddenly injecting them? A peptide is a short chain of amino acids, shorter than a protein, longer than a single amino acid. They occur naturally throughout the body. Insulin is a peptide. GLP-1 drugs like Ozempic are peptide based. The P in GLP-1 literally stands for peptide. The reason peptides are interesting as a therapeutic class is that their short chain structure lets them act like very targeted biological messages. They don't flood the whole system the way a hormone injection might. They're designed, or in the case of compounds like BPC-157, observed to trigger specific cellular responses at a specific receptor site. BPC-157 stands for Body Protective Compound 157. It was isolated from human gastric juice, which is not as alarming as it sounds. The stomach produces a lot of bioactive compounds. TB500 is a synthetic version of thymosin beta-4, a naturally occurring peptide involved in cell migration angiogenesis. That's new blood vessel formation and wound healing. A patient came into my clinic several months ago. Athletic guy, late 30s, partial thickness rotator cuff tear. Before he'd even sat down, he told me he'd been on BPC-157 and TB500 stack for 6 weeks. I read it heals rotator cuffs, he said. Has the imaging changed, I asked? It hadn't. The partial tear was identical to the one from 6 weeks prior. He looked genuinely surprised. Not because the compound had failed, but because he'd never considered that possibility. The gap between expectation and evidence is what drove the conversation you're watching right now. The influencer adoption curve for peptides accelerated rapidly in 2024 and 2025.
Dodo, $92.
You said women are second-class citizens in Islam. I don't know where you get that from.
You're telling me that a
It's explicitly stated. I don't.
woman's treated equally as a man?
Yes, more so, more than a man. We treat our women as queens and princesses, mate.
You think in Afghanistan, things like
So apparently queens and princesses get raped.
that now?
Why are you obsessed with Afghanistan?
Well, that is the most obvious point of people not being.
Why don't we talk about Jamaica, Christian country, or let's talk about some piss.
Women are treated better in Jamaica than they are in most Muslim countries.
Poor Christian country as an example of Christianity. Let's talk about the Philippines. Yeah, where you can have sex with 12-year-olds as long as you don't pay them. Is that all right with you?
Horrendous, yeah.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with Islam. That's just a tu quoque fallacy.
Yeah, you come on here waffling, reading secondhand information.
The Philippines' legal constitution doesn't have anything to do with Christianity, but Afghanistan's policies around how women are treated are fundamentally based on Islam. So I don't even know how you can make the comparison. This guy will not debate a competent debater, by the way. Like, he's just full of shit. Mother yelled at her child. A mother and her child hunting in her tree while Russian FPV drones fly overhead. 3 guided aerial bombs fly past them, explode in residential areas. Yeah, well, that's Russia. Wow. Just some good kitty chirps.
Hello, ma'am. Ma'am, can you open up? We need to investigate the leak.
A desperate attempt to lure a wanted woman out of her West Yorkshire flat.
Ma'am.
But while
You
they're
know what, VG? I wouldn't be surprised if some SJWs are so upset once Commissum fallies it causes them to commit suicide.
No, I think as soon as they have to work for a living, they'll just commit suicide. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
outfits might look the part, prosecutors said this was a shadow or unofficial police operation directed by 2 men now convicted of working for China.
Ma'am. Hello, can you please open the door?
For days they watched and targeted a woman called Monica Kwong. She'd fled from Hong Kong to Pontefract, accused of a multi-million-pound fraud which she denies.
Do you really want us to keep knocking on this door all night?
They tried to coax her out, even using a fake delivery driver, with no authority under UK law. They slid a camera under her door to try to see inside, and eventually poured in water in what prosecutors said was a plan to capture her. Jurors couldn't decide whether this amounted to foreign interference. But while the spies were watching Monica, they didn't realise they were being...
How would jurors not be able to decide if that's foreign interference? Are British people just that stupid?
...followed themselves by MI5. Police swarmed in and arrested them. The group's ringleader, retired Hong Kong Police Superintendent Bill Wen. Prosecutors said the 65-year-old ran the spy operation from his office, working for the Hong Kong government in London. He recruited 38-year-old...
Terzipatide is less effective than retatrutide, so why would I take terzipatide if I don't have side effects from retatrutide?
Ex-Met police officer Peter Wye and Matthew Trickett, a former Royal Marine, who used their jobs in Borders and Immigration to research their targets on Home Office databases. 37-year-old Trickett took his own life before the trial began. But when...
Hey, good, what a piece of shit.
And Wye, who was paid up to £2,000 per month, are the first people to be found guilty of spying for China under the new National Security Act. Among their many targets, China skeptic MPs like Ian Duncan Smith. But their main focus was Hong Kong exiles living in the UK, wanted by China after the crackdown on pro-democracy demonstrations in 2019. They included activist Nathan Law, who the spies filmed going into the Oxford Union to give a speech in 2023. The group also targeted Labour rights campaigner Christopher Mung. Hong Kong authorities have offered £100,000 for any tip-offs leading to his capture.
I didn't realize
That's fucking scary.
that I was being targeted by the spies. I feel not safe, even though I'm not based in Hong Kong anymore. Even though I'm living in the UK. Whenever I go out,
Yeah, and our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, is trying to become buddies with fucking China, even though they're doing the same thing in Canada, by the way, where they have secret police and they're trying to kidnap, Chinese defectors or political dissidents in Canada. It's just fucking insane.
I have to bring my personal alarm. I have to be alerted about the suspicious people.
It was creepy and weird. I mean, like, knock, knock, knock on the window. Like, Mayor of New York City.
That's Ken Griffin, the CEO of Citadel, a multinational hedge fund, responding to this video that got over 50 million views from New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani announcing a tax on the rich, which was a fundamental part of his campaign.
I'm thrilled to announce we've secured a pied-à-terre tax, the first in New York's history. This is an annual fee on luxury properties worth more than $5 million, whose owners do not live full-time in the city.
But Griffin said on Tuesday that he's rethinking his investments in New York City following Mamdani's video.
The only decision that we've made with no regrets in the last few days is to expand the size of our office footprint in our new Miami headquarters. We will add far more jobs in Miami over the next decade as an immediate and direct consequence of the mayor's poor decision here with respect to his posting of that video.
Investors like Griffin leaving New York City could have a major impact on things like
communism at work,
jobs, and the economy. Citadel is set to build a multi-million-dollar 62-story office tower on Park Avenue. Griffin says it's likely to still happen, but internal discussions on the project are ongoing. President Trump has also weighed in on the proposed tax, posting on Truth Social that Mamdani is, quote, destroying New York with the proposal. And Mamdani is responding to Griffin's new comments today.
I want all New Yorkers to succeed. That includes business owners and entrepreneurs who create good-paying jobs, and that also includes Ken Griffin, who is a major employer in our city. That does not negate the fact, however, that our tax system is fundamentally broken.
It was creepy.
What a fucking idiot. He's just gonna destroy New York. Turkmenistan shows signs of opening up. Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Do an impersonation of an SJW about to blow his brains out now that he has to work for a living because communism failed.
I'm gonna have to shoot and kill myself now because I actually have to pay my rent and my car and gas now, rather than just being able to steal it from people who make more money than me. There you go. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Time for Jack and Dexter, or did you already finish it? Read this. URR. We won't be playing Jack and Dexter tonight. I was probably gonna play Pragmata, but we'll get to Jack and Dexter eventually.
What was your process on deciding what was a trustworthy manufacturer? Did you send your stuff to a lab?
It was mostly based off of whatchamacall. Forum posts on different steroid forums, and you can look up people on some forums that have gotten their stuff independently lab tested, and you can see if anybody on the forums got any infections or health problems from the gear on the website. So, and a lot of good steroid providers also show independent third-party lab testing, so it's mostly that. I haven't actually tested any of the gear I've bought. I have been using the vial of Masteron that I had in a higher dose, and I actually think I really like Masteron and Enthate. I only know of one source in Canada right now that supposedly has Masteron and Enthate in stock. I'm skeptical if it's real. I'm gonna probably try ordering that soon and get that independently tested, because I'm not sure if they're actually selling Masteron and Enthate. So I might buy that and get it tested and see if it is actually Masteron and Enthate. But I haven't actually independently tested anything. Thanks for the donation, though. My dick's erect.
This is one of the world's most reclusive and little-known countries. But Reuters has witnessed firsthand how insular Turkmenistan is slowly opening up under a new leader. In March, a team of journalists was given rare access to travel inside the Central Asian country unescorted and to report freely. What we saw were glimpses of a changing society, one integrating modern, outside influences, even as the president and his circle keep a tight hold on politics. Follow us inside Turkmenistan. One of the first things that strikes you about the capital city, Ashgabat, is the sheer scale of it. Buildings like this stretch out for miles and miles around. Now, this is a country that's been isolated for the best part of 30 years, so you may ask how it can afford all this. And the secret is gas. Turkmenistan has the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world. Most of its exports go to China, and that is how they've underwritten all of this building. In the years after independence from the Soviet Union in 1991, Turkmenistan began to close in on itself. It adopted one of the strictest visa regimes in the world. Officials say its tricky geography means it needs to protect itself from Islamist militants and drug smuggling from Afghanistan. And under President Sapar Murat Niyazov, who ruled until 2006, an elaborate cult of personality flourished. Ashgabat is called the White City, and it's very easy to tell why. For miles and miles around, all of the buildings are clad in this incredible white marble. All of the cars here are white as well. But in 2022, President Serdar Berdimuhamedov took over from his father, Gurbanguly. And since then, there have been signs of a loosening grip. One thing that Ashgabat has no shortage of at all is luxury hotels. This is our hotel, the Sport Hotel. Up there, there's another one, the Olympic, and down there, there's probably half a dozen more. Now, some of them are frankly quite empty, but the Sport has actually been quite busy while we've been here. This is a country with very limited access to the internet, but here, in the hotels, you get free, uncensored internet, and that's a big deal here. Many social media sites are still officially blocked in the country, but many are using VPNs to get around that. The authorities say it's to stop militant Islamist ideas spreading online. We visited a local breakdancing class where children were practicing with their coach. Around the side, we've got some of their friends filming on Facebook and TikTok and Instagram. And really, I think what this shows us is that even here, in a country that was this traditionally isolated and cut off, you still have kids, increasingly, this younger generation, living a life that would be very recognizable to their peers in other countries.
Вот именно мы хотим, чтобы наши ребята, наши туркмены тоже участвовали именно, например, в Азии чемпионатах, мировой чемпионатах. И вот в дальнейшем, иншаллах, все будет этот в Олимпиадах, чтобы наши туркмены тоже выступали. Это вообще было бы шикарно, классно было бы.
With a look at some of the ways culture is changing, we set out to get a sense of Turkmenistan's history. We've come out here a few miles from Ashgabat to the Sayyid Jamaluddin Mosque. Now, as you can see, it was once a really beautiful sort of Persian-style mosque, but in 1948 it was destroyed in an earthquake. But this is still a very important place for Turkmen. People come out here, they pray. So this is a place I think really speaks to the Turkmen people's connection with their past, both pre-independence and pre-communism. And back in the capital, links to Turkmenistan's heritage are never far away. One of the centerpieces of Turkmen culture is rugs. They're a mix of silk and of wool, and each of them carries these ornaments, which are the logos, essentially, of one of the 22 tribes of the Turkmen. So this tribe, you can see these boats, these boat ornaments, they're associated with a tribe from the sea coast of the Caspian. It is also experiencing a growth of modern private businesses.
Main barrier.
Well, now I want to go to sleep.
5. The catalysts: Joe Rogan, a documented BPC 157 user, UFC fighter Derek Lewis claiming his organization provided him with peptides, which the UFC denied, and Andrew Huberman, whose podcast...
Dodo Nutellers, imagine not fighting back against this guy. Yeah, it's called being a pussy.
If you look at genetic variants that affect measures of cognitive performance, such as...
Yeah, I'm not watching, it's just boring. Dumb woman driver.
Around the roundabout, Ella. Go around a little bit, don't... Oh, Ella. Come on. Ella, keep it moving. Up on the clutch. Start the car. Clutch down to start. Go on, off you go. Lift, don't rush, you're good. Turn it back.
Sorry, I forgot that we had to go over the side.
Around the roundabout, Ella.
Yeah, so that's women. Watch this.
In 2024, you made...
Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Has discussed peptide mechanisms sympathetically to an audience of tens of millions. Quick question while I set this up. If someone you trusted told you a compound healed their injury and the mechanism made biological sense, but there were no human trials, would you try it? Genuinely, yes or no? Put it in the comments. Here's what makes the peptide adoption.
Believe it or not, VG, the Young Turks are still promoting that Nazi Tucker Carlson.
Well, yeah.
I'm a former Israel-Palestine correspondent. You were pressing him on if the modern state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish people today has legal or biblical legitimacy. You were sort of questioning him on this idea. Why, though, were you so interested in those questions. There is an enormous sensitivity around Israel being the homeland of the Jewish people and the attempt to delegitimize that.
I have enormous sensitivity about the United States being the homeland of my people and the burial place of my ancestors. Asking questions is not hate. Telling the truth is not hate. And they don't want to answer the questions and they don't want to tell the truth.
Can asking questions, though, stir up hate? I mean, language is powerful.
Just to give you a
Nauseating. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Story different from something like steroids or SARMs. The people promoting peptides are largely not promoting them for performance enhancement. They're promoting them for recovery and repair. That's a more sympathetic use case.
Sid donated $2. Watch this.
On its own, only generated 18
And watch this. You'll love the census about dunking on communist China. Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Sid.
$1 billion of revenue last year, which doesn't even come close to justifying this valuation. In an attempt to inflate SpaceX's valuation, Musk is trying to capitalize on the AI bubble. In early 2026, he merged SpaceX with xAI. xAI owns a social media platform which used to be called Twitter, as well as a Grok AI chatbot. Musk has made bold claims about the current and future capabilities of the Grok AI chatbot, claiming that it will soon achieve artificial general intelligence and be worth trillions of dollars. The problem is, Grok is not very useful, and almost nobody uses it. In 2024, xAI borrowed tens of billions of dollars to build a massive 300-megawatt data center in Memphis, Tennessee. Because so few people use Grok, this data center is mostly sitting idle. In April, the information reported that the Colossus data center has a utilization rate of just 11%. In May of 2026, xAI signed a deal with the rival AI company Anthropic to lease the Colossus data center. This was a shocking reversal. Just a few months ago, Elon Musk publicly accused Anthropic of being racist, sexist, evil, and criminal. More importantly, now that xAI is leasing out the entirety of its main data center, how is it going to train and run its Grok AI models? How can xAI even pretend to be a serious player in the AI industry after this? In this video, we'll look at the pathetic failure of xAI and what this means for SpaceX's upcoming IPO. Before we get into the video, there's a quick announcement I want to make. In addition to Wall Street Millennial, we also have a second channel called Broken Business Models. There we make unscripted videos about companies we believe to be fraudulent or overvalued, as well as various topics that didn't make the cut for the main channel. If that at all sounds interesting to you, make sure to check. Elon Musk founded xAI shortly after the release of ChatGPT. xAI released its
And the nerve of someone like Anna to say she has nothing against Jews.
Yeah, she clearly does. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
chatbot Grok in November of 2023. Musk was quick to make grandiose claims about Grok. In mid-2025, he claimed that it was smarter than PhD students in every single academic field. In other words, they trained it on a bunch of PhD material, and Grok memorized the answers. In reality, Grok's use cases are very limited. It is heavily integrated into the X social media platform. If you go on X, you'll quickly see that Grok's main use case is AI-generated porn. Elon Musk is desperate to monetize Grok in any way that he can. They launched an AI anime girlfriend, but most people view this as cringe, and very few people are willing to pay for it. Musk saw the success of ChatGPT and wanted to get in on the AI bubble, but it doesn't seem like there's any over.
You know, if they went all in on the anime girlfriend thing, he probably could make money on it. You know, like, if you could make the anime chick do whatever you wanted, like spread her cheeks, piss, shit. If there's like some kind of like button you can press to like jizz or piss on her or something, you know. You could probably make money doing that if they went all in on it and made it like super ultra hardcore.
Overarching business plan. In February of 2026, Musk went on the Stripe podcast where he failed to explain what xAI's competitive advantage.
He should probably see if he can license anime characters. I can guarantee you there would at least be some anime studios that would be willing to license out some of their anime characters. So like you know, like ecchis, like there's some ecchi anime that they probably would be okay with licensing them out. I could see that making money, but they're not going the hardcore porn sort of route. I think the anime girl thing, if you pay a certain amount of money, can be more erotic. I don't know if they do full nude, maybe a little, but I could see them making money if they went full-on hardcore, no-holds-bar anime porn girl.
Advantages.
So what is xAI's plan to win?
You expect me to tell you on a podcast?
Yeah.
Spill all the beans. Have another Guinness.
It's a good system.
People sing like a canary. All the secrets.
Okay, but in a non-secret spilling way, what's the plan?
What a hack. Well, when you put it that way, I think the way that Tesla solved self-driving is the way to do it. So I'm pretty sure that's the way.
It sounds like you're talking about data, like with Tesla self-driving, because of the...
We're going to try data and we're going to try algorithms.
But isn't that what all the other labs are trying? Like, what's...
And if those don't work, I'm not sure what will. We've tried data. We've tried algorithms.
But
yeah.
Like, it seems like a competitive field, and I'm like, how are you guys going to win is like my big question.
I think we see a path to doing. I mean, I think I know the path to do this, because it's kind of the same path that Tesla used to create self-driving. Instead of driving a car, it's driving a computer screen.
So Musk has a super secret plan of how xAI will create godlike superintelligence, and he's confident in his abilities because Tesla was able to make full self-driving. Tesla has been promising full self-driving next year for the past 10 years, but to this day they still only have level 2 autonomy, which requires constant monitoring by a human driver because it makes mistakes so often. Musk has a long history of lying about Tesla's autonomous capabilities, and the company has already had to pay hundreds of millions of dollars worth of legal settlements. Currently, Tesla is offering limited robotaxi services in geofenced areas, but they have to use human safety drivers. Earlier this year, they pretended to remove the human safety driver. In reality, they have the human safety driver following right behind the robotaxi to monitor it. In that same podcast interview, Musk fails to explain xAI's business strategy.
What will xAI's business be? Like, is it going to be consumer, enterprise? What's the mix of those things going to be? Is it just going to be similar to other labs where you've this...
You're saying labs.
Mix? Corporations.
Corporations.
goes deep, Elon.
Revenue maximizing corporations. Those GPUs don't pay for themselves.
Exactly. But yeah, what's the business model? What are the revenue streams in a few years' time?
I think things are going to change very rapidly. Like, I'm stating the obvious here. I call AI the supersonic tsunami, a level liberation. So really, what's going to happen is, especially when you have humanoid robots at scale, is they will just they'll make products and provide services far more efficiently than human corporations.
Musk cannot give a straight answer to even the most basic questions. Will xAI focus on the consumer or enterprise markets? What are its major revenue streams? Musk responded with a bizarre word salad about supersonic tsunamis. In reality, there is no secret master plan. Musk is in way over his head. A few months ago, Bloomberg reported that in the third quarter of 2025, xAI generated $107 million of revenue and incurred a net loss of $1.46 billion. That's the most recent financial data we have for the company. Musk is not happy about this performance. In March of 2026, he tweeted that...
That's a lot of fucking money, dude. How the fuck do you lose that much money every few months? It's just unfair. Like, fuck me, I could use $1 billion.
xAI was not built right the first time around, so it is being rebuilt from the foundations up. This rebuilding involves mass layoffs. According to the Financial Times, Musk has been frustrated by slow progress in xAI's model development, with performance lagging far behind competitors like OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. So Musk started firing large numbers of researchers, including very senior members of xAI's founding team. The staff turnover at xAI has reached the point of being almost absurd. In February, xAI hired a man named Toby Palon, who was previously a researcher at Google's DeepMind. He was hired for a very senior position at xAI. He was in charge of a project that was supposed to develop AI agents for software development. Musk fired him after just 16 days on the job. Musk has unrealistic expectations, and the firing seemed to be almost random. Many of xAI's top researchers quit to join rival AI startups because xAI's work environment is so toxic. In 2024, xAI built what Musk claims is the world's biggest AI data center. It has 220,000 NVIDIA GPUs that consume 300 megawatts of electricity. They call this data center Colossus. This cost tens of billions of dollars to build. When SpaceX acquired xAI, it also acquired all of xAI's debt. SpaceX reportedly now has $20 billion of debt. Probably most of this came from the Colossus data center. So now SpaceX has a massive data center in Tennessee, which reportedly only has 11% utilization. xAI does not generate nearly enough revenue to cover the data center's interest expense and operating costs. So in May of 2026, xAI agreed to lease the entire data center to Anthropic. The terms of the deal are not disclosed, but it is believed that Anthropic will be paying xAI billions of dollars per year. This deal is surprising for a number of reasons. Just a few months ago, Musk went on a vitriolic Twitter rant against Anthropic. In February, he said that Anthropic's AI hates whites, Asians, especially Chinese, heterosexuals, and men. This is misanthropic and evil. That sounds pretty bad. So how did Anthropic become so evil? Anthropic becoming evil was not due to any conscious decision on the part of the company's leadership. It was more of an accident. According to Musk, it is inevitable that every company becomes the opposite of its name. When they chose the name Anthropic, it was inevitable that they become misanthropic. They should have named their company Misanthropic so that they can become Anthropic instead. Keep in mind that Musk has a long and well-documented history of substance abuse. This can likely explain most of his bizarre and nonsensical tweets. But Musk also has some more legitimate criticisms of Anthropic. He accuses Anthropic of being guilty of stealing training data at a massive scale. This is true. Last year, Anthropic agreed to pay $1.5 billion to settle a class action lawsuit brought by authors whose books were used to train Anthropic's AI models. Anthropic's copyright violations are a legitimate criticism. But this is a case of the pot calling the kettle black. In December of 2025, xAI was sued by another group of authors alleging copyright infringement. At the same time, xAI is suing to try to stop a California state law which would require it to disclose its training data. They're probably trying to cover up the fact that they too are using massive amounts of copyrighted text to train Grok. SpaceX reportedly lost $5 billion in 2025. This is pro forma to include xAI's financial results. Musk is desperate to improve SpaceX's financial performance going into the company's much-anticipated IPO. Leasing the Colossus data center to Anthropic is one of the only ways for SpaceX to bring in more revenue. Musk is happy to accept Anthropic's money, regardless of how evil he used to claim the company was. In public, Musk likes to hype up the capabilities of xAI. Remember, in the Stripe podcast, he claimed to have a secret plan which will allow xAI to outcompete its rivals. In 2025, he said that Grok was on the verge of surpassing both OpenAI and Anthropic in terms of capabilities. In the ongoing Musk-OpenAI trial, Elon Musk is forced to testify under penalty of perjury. What he truly believes is very different from what he tells to the public. In the trial, Musk was asked how xAI's current capabilities compare with OpenAI and other rivals. Musk said that Anthropic is currently in the lead. OpenAI is second, followed by Google, and then a number of open-source Chinese models. xAI is far down the list. He characterized xAI as a much smaller company with just a few hundred employees. In January, Musk claimed that xAI built a new AI data center called Colossus 2. He claimed that Colossus 2 is the world's first 1 gigawatt AI data center. However, satellite images show that it only has cooling capacity for 350 megawatts of GPUs, making it only slightly bigger than Colossus 1. Elon Musk previously claimed that xAI's demand for computing capacity is so great that they'll have to launch 1 terawatt of AI data centers into space. But if that's true, why are they giving up half of the computing capacity they already have on Earth? In April 2026, SpaceX agreed to acquire the AI coding startup Cursor for $60 billion. Technically, they only purchased the option to acquire Cursor, but they have to pay a $10 billion breakup fee if they don't. The acquisition will be paid for in SpaceX stock rather than cash. Cursor operates an AI-native integrated development environment, which is popular with software engineers. In the past, Cursor did not develop its own AI models. They hooked into the OpenAI and Anthropic APIs. They basically purchased tokens from OpenAI and Anthropic and resold them to end users for a lower price, thus resulting in negative gross margins. Recently, they launched their own AI model called Composer 2. Cursor did not develop Composer 2. They licensed an open-weight model called Kimi K2.5 from a Chinese company and rebranded it as Composer 2. Because Kimi 2.5 is open-weight, Cursor can run it on its own data centers. But Cursor doesn't have its own data centers. This is why they agreed to be acquired by SpaceX. They want to use xAI's Colossus data centers to run the Kimi K2.5, which they hope will be cheaper than paying for ChatGPT or Claude APIs. xAI only has 2 data centers, Colossus 1 and Colossus 2. The entirety of Colossus 1 is now being leased to Anthropic. Once SpaceX acquires Cursor, Cursor will presumably use Colossus 2. If Anthropic is using Colossus 1 and Cursor is using Colossus 2, that doesn't leave a lot of space for xAI to train its own Grok models. It looks like Elon Musk has finally given up on Grok. He realizes that he's very far behind his competitors. Grok will never be a commercial success. To the extent that xAI builds any more data centers, they will likely rent them out to their competitors. Of course, Musk will never admit this. He will continue to pretend that he has a secret master plan to turn Grok into a godlike superintelligence. He needs his gullible fanboys to believe this so they buy shares in SpaceX's IPO. Alright guys, that wraps it up for this video. What do you think about xAI?
I don't know how expensive it is to run. Like, it's insanely ridiculously expensive, I know that, but I don't know if there's any kind of business model that you can have where it would be even remotely profitable, or if you could break even. The only thing I can think of is just hardcore porn. Just like let people create hardcore porn girlfriends or boyfriends.
China, 1982. The economy is in shambles. After years of communist upheaval under Mao Zedong, most people live on less than $1 a day. Now a new leader is trying to modernize one of the country's most important industries. His government founds a company that becomes known as CNTC STMA. You've probably never heard of it, but their product kills up to 2.4 million people every year, a number that will likely soar in the next few decades, unless something changes, which seems unlikely. There's far too much money at stake, selling cigarettes. CNTC STMA is likely one of the most profitable companies in the world, by far, but you won't find it on any Fortune 500 list. Why is that? Where is all this profit flowing? This is the story of a broken system, a look into a core part of Chinese state economics, and at the devastating effects of a state-sponsored public health crisis. In collaboration with journalists from The Examination, and is based on their phenomenal original reporting. You'll find links in the description. Durham, North Carolina, 1880. This is the American tobacco tycoon James B. Duke. He's just been informed that the automatic cigarette machine is finally ready. Cigarettes are pretty niche around this time. Tobacco is usually smoked with a pipe or just chewed. Companies still have workers roll cigarettes by hand, at a rate of about 4 cigarettes per minute. But this long-awaited machine can roll 210 cigarettes per minute. It'll make James Duke cartoonishly rich, and it plays a big role in hooking millions on tobacco. When Duke hears the good news, the first thing he says is, "Bring me the Atlas." Duke's never been to China, and he'll never visit either. All he cares about is that it has 430 million people. At the time, it's the most populated country on Earth. That is where we're going to sell cigarettes, he says. He's told that Chinese people don't smoke cigarettes, but he isn't worried. They can learn. And he's right. His company, British American Tobacco, will become enormously successful in China. At the time, not many American businesses make money on Chinese soil, but British American cigarettes catch on like wildfire. Within a few short years, China is buying billions per year. Chinese tobacco companies can't keep up. British American Tobacco squeezes out more than 20 Chinese cigarette companies and goes on to dominate the market for 50 years. Then the communists take power in 1949. By then, China's love of tobacco runs deep. Smoking has become a big part of Chinese culture. Chairman Mao is a notorious chain smoker. He famously favors British American Tobacco's State Express 555s. He'll later switch to a domestic brand packaged in patriotic red, embossed with the gate of the Heavenly Palace. Mao's doctor once advised him to quit, but he waved it off and said, smoking is also a form of deep breathing exercise. And during the Communist Revolution, Mao knows just how to rally his troops. He promises them food, shelter, and cigarettes. A promise he'll fulfill. Tobacco first reached China in the 17th century. Qing dynasty emperors tried to ban the drug. They threatened to behead anyone caught smoking. But people kept puffing away anyway. So instead, Qing rulers tried to get a monopoly on tobacco, so that only they could use it for diplomatic purposes. Having failed at that, they eventually allowed the people to cultivate and smoke tobacco, and just taxed it. That brought in tons of money for the imperial court, and created a livelihood for millions. In other words, China's been a nation of tobacco lovers for a long time. But smoking habits reach a whole new level after the Communist Revolution, when the new regime successfully nationalizes the tobacco industry. All foreign tobacco companies are banned. Mao places all the remaining private companies under government control, and his successor, Deng Xiaoping, also a chain smoker, consolidates those companies into one state-controlled monopoly. By 1996, 4 decades after the revolution, China is smoking 4 times as many cigarettes, a number that's been growing almost continuously ever since. Speaking of growing numbers, more and more people choose Udu to grow their business, over 15 million to be precise. But why? Traditionally, writing the link in the description to get going. Today, every 5th person in China smokes, over 300 million people, and tobacco is the country's most socially sanctioned addiction. Fancy cigarettes are a go-to gift for formal occasions. When you travel, people expect that you bring home cigarettes from your destination. And if someone offers you a cigarette, a lot of people would judge you if you turned it down. It's still common for doctors and high-profile politicians to smoke. China has about 1/5 the world's population, but buys nearly half of the world's cigarettes, about 2.4 trillion per year. Stacked on top of each other, this year's
Okay, that explains why there's so many COVID deaths in China.
worth of Chinese cigarettes would reach from your house to the sun, with a few million kilometers to spare. And nearly all of the cigarettes they buy are produced and sold by one company. CNTC STMA, also known as China Tobacco, is the world's largest cigarette manufacturer.
Each year, they make more than 4 times as many cigarettes as the next biggest tobacco company, which is Philip Morris, the people who make Marlboro. It's also 100% owned by the Chinese government, and it's part of this super ministry within the Chinese government called the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology.
This is Jason McClure, a journalist who's investigated China Tobacco for years.
China Tobacco is a legal monopoly in China, and it has 19 different cigarette-making subsidiaries.
It's authorized to control all aspects of production and distribution, from plantation to manufacture to import and export.
Together, they control more than 97% of China's cigarette market.
This powerful monopoly funneled over $223 billion in profits and taxes into the Chinese treasury in 2024. That's almost $100 billion more than Apple's total profit before taxes in that year. And all of this money flows directly to the government. The biggest tobacco company in the world is the Chinese government. One part of it at least, which means that the more the Chinese population smokes, the richer the state becomes. In fact, China receives more money from tobacco than Saudi Arabia does from oil.
So in 2023, it was somewhere between 6 and 7% of the central government of China's revenue came from China Tobacco's profits or taxes paid by China Tobacco. Now, to put that in context, that's about the equivalent of China's entire defense budget in 2023.
In other words, China could finance their vast military with cigarettes. Inside the country, this isn't exactly a secret.
Crazy.
Chinese smokers often joke about it. When they light up, they'll say they're helping the country build warships. Every puff is patriotic. But China Tobacco isn't just the producer of cigarettes, it's also the country's tobacco regulator. Officially, it's also supposed to get the country's smoking habit under control.
The tobacco executives are literally inside the room where the decisions are being made about tobacco control and about public health policy. When it comes to the size and the display of cigarette warning labels, when it comes to whether or not cities should ban smoking in restaurants or public places, China Tobacco is able to be in the room where the decisions are made. And the money, the $200 billion a year that the government receives in revenue from the company, explains their influence.
Tobacco makes so much money, the government has fewer reasons to crack down on it the way it might other dangerous consumer products. All this presents a huge conflict of interest. Kind of like if your meth dealer were also your doctor. And a DEA agent. And here's where things get mind-boggling. Not only is China Tobacco one of the biggest and most profitable companies in the world, there's also a good case it's the deadliest. The World Health Organization and other researchers try to measure how much sickness and death each year is caused by economic activity, often by legal companies doing business in ways that happen to sicken or kill people over time. In many countries, there's a huge spike in deaths from diabetes and heart attacks linked to obesity. This is a direct result of people consuming more sugary drinks and eating more ultra-processed food, often marketed and sold by large corporations. Drinking alcohol is linked to 2.6 million early deaths around the world each year from things like cancer, liver disease, and traffic accidents. The WHO calls these the commercial determinants of health. Tobacco is one of the biggest of these, and it kills 7 million people every year. In most cases, trying to figure out how much responsibility an individual company bears for these early deaths is super complicated, if not impossible. Think of the pollution from burning coal. You can't just point your finger at one company. Some pollution in your hometown might come from a power plant down the road, but some might come from steel factories hundreds of kilometers away. Assessing China Tobacco's responsibility in causing deaths is much simpler. The company is vertically integrated, meaning it controls most of the steps involved in turning a tobacco leaf into a cigarette. And since it's a legal monopoly in China, it's made and sold almost every cigarette consumed in the country, and has for decades. The WHO uses data from a study called the Global Burden of Disease to help estimate the causes of illness and death all over the world. Their work estimates that between 1990 and 2023, there were 68 million tobacco-related deaths in China, and anything tobacco-related is somehow involved with China Tobacco and its predecessors. Even the study's most conservative estimate, 59 million deaths, is so high that there's no way to conjure up another single fossil fuel, food, or alcohol company remotely responsible for that much death. Every year, 2.5 million Chinese citizens die from tobacco, and the number is only expected to increase, not least because of China Tobacco's sales tactics. Like other tobacco companies, it seeks to convert young people into lifetime customers.
One of the more significant tobacco control measures that has been undertaken by China in the last 10 years was that Xi Jinping did decree that government officials should no longer smoke in public or smoke on television. Now, among young people, especially in this more cosmopolitan cities like Beijing or Shenzhen, Shanghai, vaping, e-cigarettes, other types of nicotine products are becoming more popular. And this is a challenge for China Tobacco, for the state cigarette monopoly, because overwhelmingly those products are made by Chinese private companies and not by the state cigarette company. So one of the interesting aspects of China Tobacco, not just being the country's sole cigarette maker, but its tobacco regulator, is that it in turn gets to regulate e-cigarettes and other nicotine products. Now, as you might expect, they've done so in a way that favors their own cigarette business. For instance, if you want to have a lemon or mint flavored cigarette, those are banned in a lot of countries, but not in China.
Elon
However,
Musk
if you want to have a lemon
kind
or
of
mint flavored
reminds me a
vape,
bit of Frank
that's been banned.
Tufano in some ways.
Yeah, I mean, they're both kind of retarded and weird and awkward and have trouble speaking. Thanks for the donation, though, Sid.
By China Tobacco. They've said, you're not allowed to sell those here. And the reason that we're doing that is because flavors like that attract children.
The number of Chinese people with lung cancer and heart disease is only growing.
I honestly don't understand how menthol cigarettes target children.
It's a state-sponsored public health crisis. A crisis that will cost the country in the long run, but not the state. That's because China's basic health insurance plans only cover a fraction of the cost of treating diseases like lung cancer.
The health costs of smoking will have wide ramifications on Chinese society and on the Chinese people, but they won't hit the government's purse in the same way that it has in the West.
Good evening. Remember the date, the 20th of June, 1997. It was on this day that the attorneys general of more than 40 states said in Washington that they had finally beaten the tobacco industry into submission.
If you look back at one of the most important moments in the history of tobacco, it was this lawsuit brought against the tobacco companies, not by the U.S. federal government, but by state attorney generals who banded together to sue the tobacco companies.
We had to punish this industry in such a way that everybody in this country and everybody in this world would recognize that they had paid a higher price than any other corporation in history.
And the reason state attorney generals sued them is because the state governments were being bankrupted by the health costs of paying for their citizens' health care, who were having long, difficult deaths, essentially, that were very expensive and involved lots of medical care. In China, that's not the case. And so there's no sort of functional financial driver for tobacco control in the same way that there has been in some other countries.
Come to where the flavor is. Come to Marlboro country.
Up until the end of the 20th century, big tobacco seems unstoppable in the West thanks to mass production of cigarettes and aggressive advertising. Worldwide, cigarettes are associated with glamour, freedom, modernity. Movie stars, athletes, and even doctors are often seen endorsing tobacco.
Try Camels yourself. The cigarette so many doctors enjoy.
Until the health consequences become undeniable. In 1964, the Surgeon General's report declares that smoking is linked with lung cancer, a fact that big tobacco had been trying to cover up and discredit for years. The landmark report led to Congress requiring warning labels printed on cigarette packaging, and in the decades since, more and more countries have passed more and more anti-smoking measures. In the United States and other countries, high taxes on tobacco and public awareness of its health hazards led to dramatic shifts in attitudes towards smoking and a steady global decrease in consumption. Now, you see more and more countries implementing public smoking bans.
If you can't smoke in a restaurant, if you can't smoke in a bar, if you can't smoke in a cafe, all of a sudden, your friends are inside having a good time, eating, drinking. If you're the smoker, you're outside by yourself on a street corner. And effectively, it becomes a habit that's no longer culturally or socially acceptable. And that's what we've seen in many countries around the world. But what happened in China is different. China did not fulfill that commitment to pass a smoking ban in public places. In 2016 and 2017, Xi Jinping tried, and effectively, it was stopped by China Tobacco. What we saw in the years after that was a number of Chinese cities passing their own smoking bans. But we saw that China Tobacco, by 2022, 2023, had swung into action to stop smoking bans at a municipal level.
In the last 20 years, the rest of the world has managed to reduce the adult smoking rate from 34% to 23%. If China had followed the global downward trend, there'd be about 80 million fewer people addicted to tobacco now. And China did pledge to adopt the same anti-smoking measures that successfully led other countries to reduce consumption so dramatically, along with 167 other countries. In 2005, China signed the same major WHO treaty aimed at controlling tobacco internationally. It vowed to protect its citizens from the vested interests of the tobacco industry.
This treaty was significant globally. Since it was signed, tobacco use rates around the world have declined significantly. In India, in Brazil, in the United States, in Western Europe, and Latin America, rates have just plunged. In China, they've barely budged.
Most efforts have systematically been bulldozed by China Tobacco. China Tobacco found sneaky ways to get past the commitments of the WHO treaty. For instance, they were involved in the translation of the treaty into Chinese, and made sure the language was weaker than in the original. Another way they undermined the treaty is through warning labels on cigarette packages. This was one of the key points that China agreed to when signing the treaty. The warning labels were supposed to be large and hard-hitting, but China Tobacco managed to overturn these decisions. In China, the labels are much softer and easier to miss. These are Zhonghanhai cigarettes, produced by Shanghai Tobacco, a major subsidiary of China Tobacco.
So if you look at the Chinese cigarette warning labels today, you'll notice it's just a text warning label and it blends in very nicely with the rest of the packaging. The content of the warning label says smoking is harmful to health, which is a very generic way of warning people about the health consequences of smoking.
Zhongnanhai cigarettes were smoked by the characters on a popular TV show called Struggle, kind of like a Chinese version of Friends. Around 2007, it became the go-to cigarette for young people living in big cities. Now that Struggle's original audience is no longer so young, Shanghai Tobacco has launched a new line of Zhongnanhai. The rebrand is meant to entice the next generation of smokers, younger millennials and Gen Z. Some Chinese cigarette brands are especially beautiful. There's the Changhua brand favored by Mao, still considered a premium cigarette. Apparently, the smoke tastes a bit like preserved plums. Other brands also use elegant packaging with patriotic imagery. China Super Slims look like Chinese porcelain. Shengmao China has the giant panda as a mascot. And Double Happiness is associated with Chinese weddings. All these brands are owned by China Tobacco.
Now, if we're to contrast that with these cigarettes that I bought in Vietnam, Vietnam also signed on to the same WHO treaty, but when they designed their cigarette packages, half the space on the front of the package is a graphic warning label showing a diseased body part. The warning label itself specifically warns you that smoking causes heart disease. And we know from research that when you warn people about a specific health problem, they're much more likely to pay attention than if you just tell them something generic, like smoking is harmful to health.
Some countries go even further. This is plain tobacco packaging, a tobacco control strategy implemented by more and more countries, including the UK, France, Canada, and Australia. Cigarettes packaged without logos, just graphic health warnings and the official ugliest color in the world. The goal is to prevent teenagers from picking up smoking. Young people are particularly susceptible to flashy, attractive tobacco packaging. Plenty of research suggests that plain tobacco packaging helps prevent smoking. Australia credits the ugly packages with getting 100,000 smokers to quit within just 1 year. In contrast, China doesn't even require pictorial health warnings. Not only that, but Chinese cigarette packages often feature a deceptive marketing strategy, an advertising technique based on pseudoscience that other countries banned long ago. The packages will often display the precise tar content of a certain line of cigarettes. The idea is to highlight if a cigarette is low tar, to seem like it's a healthier choice than higher tar cigarettes. But low tar cigarettes aren't actually less harmful. When Western tobacco companies pushed low tar cigarettes in the 20th century, lung cancer rates rose.
Now, this is one of the most interesting and deadly marketing frauds in all of human history.
Latest U.S. government figures show Silver Thin's lowest in tar and nicotine of all 100 tested.
The supposed benefits of low tar cigarettes have been debunked. But for those who don't know it's junk science, low tar branding sounds pretty good. Smokers concerned about their health but not quite ready to quit will often assume low tar cigarettes are a safer choice. Especially perhaps in China, where cigarettes are still allowed to be advertised with safe-sounding words like light, low, smooth, or mild, words that other countries have either banned or heavily regulated. In China, 20% of all cigarettes sold are low tar, and that number is on the rise. China Tobacco keeps finding ways to obstruct prohibitions on advertising, proposals to raise taxes, and other tobacco reforms.
China Tobacco has used its might, its political power within the Chinese government, to block a whole range of tobacco control and public health measures that researchers have known for years are effective at stopping smoking.
But how does the company exercise so much power?
This is a vast company with offices in every city and town of any significance all across the country. So literally, they have built-in lobbyists there. The head of China Tobacco is one of the 50 most important officials in the Chinese Communist Party. So the political power, the breadth and depth of the company's political power was used to effectively not just stop smoking bans on the national level, but even in little cities and towns around the country.
You see this failure to regulate smoking play out on a cultural level.
There's packs of cigarettes laying at the gym. There's a guy smoking in the elevator.
The warning labels were written in English, which is as bizarre in China as it would be for the warning labels in Canada to be written in Chinese.
50-year-old Chinese man runs marathons, smoking 42 cigarettes.
Many Chinese people consider it a lost cause to even try.
This guy is smoking outside. This is against the law. This is China.
Over the last 60 years, global smoking rates have mostly fallen. Taxes, warnings, and bans worked. And the 2005 WHO treaty is credited with being crucial in curbing big tobacco's power.
Are you more girth or length?
I think I have a good mixture of both. Thanks for the donation, John.
Not in China. So, can anything be done? Or are the health consequences unavoidable if a state is financially dependent on a deadly industry?
State involvement in the tobacco industry doesn't necessarily mean that smoking rates will remain high or that tobacco control policies will be undermined. There are more than a dozen other countries around the world where the government still owns a major stake in a tobacco company. And there are plenty of countries where the tobacco industry is entirely in private hands that have smoking rates that are higher than China. That includes Indonesia, Turkey, and some others. So there's nothing inherently wrong with the government having a role in the tobacco industry. It's just that in China, the government hasn't managed the conflicts of interest that come with being in the tobacco business and also being in charge of public health as well as they could have. In other countries, in Thailand, for example, smoking rates have dropped dramatically over the last 20 years, even though the government is one of the largest cigarette makers there. So clearly there are ways that China's state ownership of a cigarette company could be accommodated, but China just hasn't done the work to implement this. And now, because the company is so large and so powerful and makes so much money, making those changes has become very, very difficult.
And the company isn't done growing.
China Tobacco would like to sell more cigarettes overseas, and its exports have been increasing. It has investments in tobacco companies or joint ventures in a number of other countries, primarily in Asia. China is investing more in Africa and other places. China Tobacco is looking to follow suit, to sell cigarettes in new places, develop markets, and also to buy tobacco leaf from other companies. So I think in the future, we'll see that it is becoming an increasingly global company.
China Tobacco already exports their products to 125 countries on 5 continents. Pushing its cigarettes onto other nations is part of China's Belt and Road Initiative, their global infrastructure expansion. And it isn't always legal. In countries with no legal market for their cigarettes, China Tobacco operates through a convoluted network of subsidiaries. They hide behind shell companies and often work with smugglers to flood countries with their products. Still, the main market is domestic. China Tobacco takes great pains to gain favor with the public by investing in social products, like sponsoring elementary schools in rural, low-income provinces. More than 100 tobacco schools are said to exist. Some are explicitly named after cigarette brands. It's like sending your kid to Lucky Strike Elementary. Some even have signs on the walls that say, "Genius is from hard work, tobacco helps you excel." Plenty of people in China are outraged by this and other predatory practices of the tobacco industry. But lately, it's become even harder to combat China Tobacco's influence.
Starting around 2017, 2018, things started to change. And they didn't just change around tobacco control. China started to become a much more authoritarian place. Xi Jinping, as we know, ended the tradition of staying in power for only 2 terms. And a whole array of sort of civil society functions began to disappear in China. And civil society groups and advocacy groups that were once tolerated, all of a sudden were no longer tolerated. And interestingly, that even happened in tobacco control, an area that you would think is absolutely non-political. And so where previously you had lawyers taking China Tobacco to court, you had tobacco control groups being very outspoken in the press and in public forums about the company's harmful role in Chinese society, all of a sudden they're silenced. And that is a direct consequence of the rising authoritarianism in China that's taken place over the last 7-8 years.
Well, given all of that, do you see any realistic path for reducing smoking in China?
China's government has become so centralized that the one person who could have a significant impact on China's smoking rates right now is only Xi Jinping. However, I think over the course of time, in the years and decades to come, as China opens up more to the world, as its population becomes more educated, and as habits change, I think fewer and fewer young people will be smokers in the future. And so I think there is some reason for optimism that 20 years from now, 30 years from now, smoking will be much less of an issue in China. The problem is that in the short to medium term, the outlook doesn't look very bright. And there aren't effectively civil society organizations or other checks on the power of this company within China.
I need to take a nap. I need to take a nap.
Jasmine.
Fuck.
Bro, how are you tired? You don't even work, wake your lazy ass up. Possibly a vitamin D supplement with K2.
I have fast metabolism. Okay, shut up. Thanks for the donation.
Jasmine?
Ah, fuck, damn it.
Jasmine's Jasmine, 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 Yasmin, Jasmine, sweetie, can you...
Bitch. So tired.
Damn nigga.
Let me just sleep.
Yes, you can sleep now, sweetie. After you... While you sleep, the children of Gaza cannot sleep because Israel is bombing them every single night. How is that fair? Quality, high effort content as always, VG. What would we do without your streams? Jasmine and you and the animals all doing well? Jasmine, we all miss her. Sleep streams and workout streams where you leave donations unpaused are my favorite. Jasmine Gaines, your life was better with her in it tbh. Jasmine, 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 Jasmine miss. Durian Rider, Jasmine nigger, Durian Rider, Jasmine nigger, Durian Rider. Why did you divorce her? She was good for you. It's a shame, really. Do you remember when Jarl pigs used to cuddle and keep warm together in the winter? Cuddling and watching anime together while in that tiny apartment with all the animals and financial struggles and depression? Your life was better then. Your life was so much better when you were married to that fat dyke with very little hair on her head who emotionally abused you and coerced. I like how vulnerable you are right now. Nigga. Jasmine 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 made It's too bad she's not around right now to kick you into gear. You're being unproductive and not making enough money. I miss when she used to complain when you didn't stream enough. That was better for you, to be honest. She had to put up with your bullshit. I love how everyone in chat is talking about Jasmine while you sleep. It's okay since you don't know any better. Also, Pat is watching. I hope Pat and Jazz Did you hear about Sloth World tourist attraction?
Did not. Thanks for the donation.
If you miss Jasmine so much, why don't She makes more money than you. Are you dreaming about performing Jasmine's pelvic exam? If vegan Gaines moves in with Pat, he's going to become lame again. He'll become a hardcore feminist like he was when he was with Jasmine. You're not actually sleeping, and this isn't fooling anyone. You know how I know? Because whenever a Dono by 21st pops up, you instantly mute it. Very sus. If you actually wanted to get some sleep, you should just mute the donos or something, lol.
He donates bullshit, and it wakes me up. Oh, I'm so tired.
Durian Rider nigga Jasmine Durian Rider Jasmine nigga Jasmine.
Oh. Oh. Oh, dude.
Dial in the chat, remember.
No. No.
Fox 35's in.
You're a fucking pest. Sick. Fucking idiot.
Shut up and be grateful, you worthless stupid fucking nigger. I gave you like $50 plus while you slept and you didn't have to do anything for it. Worthless piece of trash. I'm leaving now since you're gonna be boring the rest of the stream.
How is, like, being awake more boring than sleeping? Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh my god. I don't know if I can keep going. I'm gonna have to go to bed. I can't. I'm so tired. We'll play Pragmata tomorrow. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Appreciate it. Including you, 21st. You fucking weirdo. But, yeah, we'll game tomorrow. Thanks again, everybody. I'm just too fucking tired. But, nighty-night. Sweet dreams.